guys, Aspen here again. Hello, welcome to the stream. Um, yeah, we're gonna do something a little bit different. We are supposed to play Walking Dead tonight, but that is canceled, obviously, because I wouldn't be here before you doing this. So, also disregard the eyes. I'm still working with the winged eyeliner, so we're just trying it out, okay? Anyway, I personally needed a mental health night, and I kind of want to make it a thing anyway that we do. I knew someone that did the same thing on their stream where one selected day of the week they would do a mental health check-in. So that's what we're doing. Once I do start my new job, because I'm starting my new job on Monday, our schedule's going to switch a bit. So before we get into this, I'm going to give you guys that whole rundown. We're basically... I feel like it's echoing here. The bed's gone, if you can't tell. Now it's just boxes. Somebody finally came and took it, and I also got the Xbox mounted. Well, Xbox is right there, and then the TV's mounted. So you're going to see that glare in my glasses for a bit. Although I could turn it off. Whatever. We'll get there. Yeah. So new schedule. You have to forgive me. On the topic of this stream, I have ADHD. So staying on topic is very difficult for me. But nonetheless, whatchamacallit? Oh, thank you, Forza. Yeah, so new schedule. So basically we will be doing streams Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. At normal time around 6:37, depending. I want to start being more consistent with starting at like 6:30. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And then Mondays, we will be doing this, where it'll be a much shorter stream session, for sure, but it'll be our mental health check-in, and just chatting, and it's also just the floor is open for you to ask me questions, for, you know, you to get to know the streamer a little bit more, whatever it may be, outside of gaming, because I do know, especially with The Walking Dead, it's a little tedious to hold conversations, because ADHD brain is trying to fixate on the game and then also chat at the same time, and as much as I'm learning to balance that pretty well, I don't know. it's a little, you know, a little more difficult, and I feel like some of you guys feel like you can't really talk much in chat personally, because I'm so focused on the game. So like I said, this will give us a good opportunity to do that. What else did I want to say? I think that's it. I think what I want to do for some of these, probably not all of them, but some of them, is a shameless self-plug of my book. If you can't see, it's going to be backwards for you guys because my camera is inverted, but it is Yours Truly by A. Matthew on Amazon. Only Amazon for now, while I'm getting a ISBN for it, but book number 2 will be coming out in a few months as well, which is very exciting. Yeah, but nicotine first, and then I'll explain. So, my book. This band isn't on it. If you can't tell, it says not for resale. That's not on your book if you were to buy it, which if you want to buy the book, in my about section on the panels, there's a panel that says storefront, and my book is in there, so definitely go check it out. Like I said, it's called Yours Truly. The subtitle is Among the Stars of My Moon, which until it gets a bit more popular, I feel like if you're gonna search it on your own and not use the link, definitely put the subtitle in there as well with your search, but it should come up. I also have these little tabs in here because there's some phrasing and grammatical errors that just bother me a little bit. So I am planning to re-release the book. But for now, it's still up and I'm not going to take it down. There'll just be a edited version at some point, whenever I can get to it. But this book, this beautiful, beautiful work of art of mine, basically is... There's a lot of hidden meanings in it, for sure. I guess the style is more insta poetry. I think that's what it's called nowadays, and journalistic in a way. So like journalistic insta poetry. It basically walks all cycles of life. You know, the happiness, the love, the sexual side of things, the depressive side, the motivational side, the grief, the heartbreak, the loving and all of it. It touches all of them, and that's kind of my goal with each one of these books, is to touch on everything for you guys. So then, you know, hopefully whoever reads this will have something to relate to and will feel heard and listened to and not so alone like I do. So yeah, you know, I'm such a great person and all. I digress. So kind of the style. I'm gonna, since this is the first time I'm bringing up this book, besides some little self-promos here and there, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. All the art is done by me, yours truly. So I'll read the prologue as well, but I'm gonna go through the table of contents for you guys. So this is it. That little drawing right there. It's the same picture you will see on my Etsy and other places because it's kind of my logo at this point, is the moon and the skeleton with the cat. The cat is to represent my cat Kylo, and the skeleton is me, of course. So table of contents, aka constellations. This is going to give you a broad spectrum idea. So here are the section titles. Some of them have individual titles, but most of them are just numbered in Roman numerals. They're supposed to represent numbers of stars. You know, there's infinite amounts of stars. So perfect. I can just infinitely use these numbers. And the next book is just going to pick off where this one leaves off with the numbering. Anyway, I digress. So the first section is called Oh How I Love, and it's all super lovey, just talking about, oh, this is my love style, this is how much love I hold for people, everything like that. And then yeah, just super lovey-dovey and that whole thing, like very pure, right? The next section is called Sweet Seduction, which is, as the title puts it, it's kind of the more risque kind. Now, I am shit at writing smut, so it's not too smutty, but there's a little bit in there that's probably not child appropriate. And then there's a section called Love Her Right. Now, this is where it's starting to go down. It's like a roller coaster. It's meant to represent a relationship with somebody, whether it be like somebody you're in love with, you're dating, a family member, something like that. Now, of course, you don't want to have sex with your family members, but anyway, that'd be a little weird. Somebody plays Sweet Home Alabama. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, yeah, so that one's kind of similar to the first section, but more in a more spiteful thing of, hey, you're fucking up, do this right, this is what she deserves, and that whole thing. Now, again, I use she because I'm a she, but it goes across the board. I think both sides of the spectrum can relate to everything in this book, so don't hesitate. And then there is Until We Meet Again, which is, you know, seemingly like the end of this relationship, and it's kind of like a missing you, find me kind of anecdote there. And then there's As the World Falls Down, which is a Labyrinth reference. If you guys haven't watched the movie, go watch the movie Labyrinth. It came out in 1986 with David Bowie and his big old bulge, and it's the best goddamn fucking creation ever. It is my favorite movie of all time and has been since I was a child. So, anyway, there's aging me a little bit for you. Now, as I told one of the viewers before, I will not ever disclose my age to you guys, and please try not to find that out on your own. But yeah, I'm just not comfortable disclosing my age. I will say I'm not too old, but I'm also not too young. So you'll deal with that as you will. Yeah. So that one is very, very depressive, which we're going to be reading a piece from that today. It talks about literal depression, PTSD, self-harm, you know, it just all of the feelings that come with it. The main point in this book is, yes, I want people to relate to it and find all these hidden meanings. There's also a lot of pop culture references because I love pop culture. Like, there's so many Motionless in White references, Breaking Benjamin, Labyrinth, Linkin Park, certain movies are referenced in it. Like, there's a lot of references. So it's a great read. And with that too, the more you read it over and again, you're going to find more of those references, but also you're going to find new meanings to this. I digress. Yeah, so very, very depressing, but good for us to talk about in this kind of stream. So I'm excited to share it with you guys. But it's very, very heavy on the heart. Where I was going with that is the intention behind all of my pieces, besides wanting people to have something to relate to, it's also my feelings, my thoughts, but it's to invoke a deep emotion. And not just to invoke a deep emotion. I guess the gist behind that is what we're going to get into today, or part of what we're going to get into today, is a part of my mental health struggles is, like, I have PTSD, I have depression, we're on the spectrum of I may also be schizoaffective, and it's all trauma spawned, obviously. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But one thing, for years, since I was a very young teenager, I completely stopped feeling emotions, feeling things. You know, I can touch you guys, touch myself, touch this desk, and, you know, sometimes I can feel like, oh, I'm warm, but I cannot actually feel that I exist. And same with emotions, is I don't feel emotions unless it's a very, very extreme emotion. Like very, very extreme. And then I will feel it. But majority of the time, it'll be situations like I could be upset about something, but I feel completely fine, and then all of a sudden I'm crying and I don't understand why I'm crying. Stuff like that. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse because it's a lot harder to get heartbroken over things. But it's also very difficult when you're trying to connect with people or connect with yourself and figure out why you are the way that you are, because you can't feel, which is going to take a lot of therapy and work and all those things. But that is more so why I try very, very hard in my writing to invoke an emotion and to kind of create a memory, in a sense, because a lot of them allude to things that have happened in my life, more than not, honestly. So it's to keep that memory there, because that's another thing that comes with mental illness that I'm sure plenty of people know, is you lose memories sometimes, whether it be, you know, you have PTSD or something that kind of is a trauma-based thing that throws you into a fight or flight mode, and then you kind of just, like, not necessarily black out, but you're out of it, and your mind is just handling the situation for you, and you don't remember what happened. You don't remember anything, and that memory gets shoved away because it's your defense mechanism. You're defending yourself unintentionally, so your mind is shoving those memories away. But I tentatively forget everything, honestly, because it's gotten to such a point for me. So, very, very difficult. But more reason why I try to invoke these emotions, keep these memories, that whole thing. And some of them are a little more, you know, put in a way where people can relate to it, just for the intent of, hey, I don't want somebody just reading a diary and whatnot. Like, yeah, some people would find that entertaining, but I want to be the person that can help other people in that sense. So, extending my hand to, you know, make it more relatable. That doesn't mean anything's falsified in it. Not at all. But it's not so much like, I hate Bob. Bob is awful. Bob ruined my life. It is more like, I loved him, and these sort of things, like, kind of more broad spectrum. So it's relatable. Continuing. The section after that is called Sincerely Fuck You, which is just very sarcastic and spiteful, and I honestly find it very, very funny. Which, this section, what we're getting to now with As the World Falls Down, Sincerely Fuck You, and then the next one after that is The Morning. That is the biggest, like, hidden meaning that I tried grabbing in this book that nobody's picked up on yet. Is specifically how I laid out the sections, is it's not just, oh, to represent the roller coaster of a relationship, it's also to represent mental illness in a way, where, you know, as the world falls down is everything's depressing, everything's falling apart, you don't know what to do, you're panicking, you're going through these emotions, right? And then Sincerely Fuck You is that manic and that spiteful and that boss bitch kind of manic episode that you get thrown into when you feel so attacked. More presently seen with bipolar depression and whatnot, but it's you rallying and getting amped up and getting upset about the situation instead of just being depressed. The stages of grief, pretty much. This also very much represents the stages of grief wholeheartedly. Because if we step out of the box of, oh, relationship is talking about love, is talking about that, if you step a further, like, take a step out a little bit, right? Whatever. Then you're seeing the grief, like, overall, about losing somebody, losing something, losing a piece of you. And then you step even further out of that, and there's more and there's more and there's more, the more you keep coming out. So it's a great thing to read over and over again. So the mourning is, like mourning as in you're mourning somebody, is kind of to depict losing yourself and having to mourn who you were, who you are, what happened, and kind of just coming to grips that you can't recover those past things that happen. You can't go back. You can't redo it as much as you want to, but you have to move on and you have to forgive yourself. And this one's a personal one for me, but all the other pet parents would understand, is 4 Little Paws That Saved My Life. It's a very, 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 very short section. I think there's all of 4 pieces in it, and it's purely just about my cat. Now, again, it's more broad spectrum, so it could be about any pet, but it's about a pet. And then the final one is titled The Sun Will Set For You, which is a Linkin Park reference. And that one's motivational, you're coming out of it, you're moving on, you're seeking resolution, that whole thing. And yeah, the next one will be kind of like a yin and yang thing, where I'm still thinking of the section titles, but I'm thinking the first section, the light section, is going to be Number the Stars, or I'll Number the Stars for You. And then the dark section is going to be titled I Move the Stars for No One, which is another Labyrinth reference, which was a very powerful part of the movie, actually. I digress. Let's get into it, because that was a lot of rambling for 17 minutes. So, anyway, we gotta get into the mental health tea. Yeah. So, after all of that, I could have read the prologue, but I think we'll leave the prologue for another time. I want to jump into As the World Falls Down, so we can kind of pick up the mood. Well, it's not going to pick up the mood. It's going to dampen the mood real quick. But delve more into the mental health aspect. Now, this entire book has a lot of mental health references. But anyway. Morning. Sincerely, fuck you. Now, I'm hoping for the next book that I can divvy up these sections a bit better. So I'll just read the very first one. Because this section really hits all of the marks, where it's PTSD, it's self-harm, it's suicidal ideation, it's what we're going to talk about today that I really want to jump into, but I'm trying not to get ahead of myself, along the lines of knowing you need to do one thing and actively striving to do that one thing, but then your mental illness in your mind making you do the complete opposite and being destructive in that way. Yeah, so it's got everything. And then also it's kind of like everything's shattering, everything's falling apart. That's why it's As the World Falls Down. So the depressing things. So first thing we're going to read, only thing we're going to read tonight. Gotta get close. So this one's titled Closer Than a Mother. This is one of the ones that is titled. Now, the ones that are titled are very, very significant. So that's why they have significant titles. Anyway, so Closer Than a Mother. My reading voice is awful, so bear with me. Woo! Okay. People say the darkness presses in. It doesn't. The darkness kisses up to your skin closer than a mother and whispers sweet nothings into your ear. The darkness becomes your best friend, your lover, your home. It becomes all you have after all. The darkness will be your favorite thing right up until it has you where it wants you, then it has no reason to hide anymore. If it were easy to spot the darkness creeping up on you, there wouldn't be a problem. But it isn't easily recognizable. Told you I'm awful at this. It possesses you. It disguises itself as everything you could ever dream of just to get close to you. I can tell you now, if you don't understand your own emotions and motives, I can't help you. No one can. Don't think it, don't say it. Reference. You are a character, this is your story. What do you want? What do you fear? What are those vulnerabilities you hold that are making a perfect home for the darkness? The darkness is similar to a bacteria, in that it doesn't need much but a dark and neglected place to manifest itself, seemingly too fast to control. Before you know it, you have an entire infection rapidly spiraling and growing. Take it from me. I've been through enough to say I firmly believe that hell has frozen over. Became a little more than friends with the darkness. It catered to my fears, mended my broken soul in the most sickening of ways. The darkness got a little Genghis Khan over me and isolated me from reality, made me clinically insane. The darkness knows exactly how to manipulate you. It manipulated me into feeling as if the way it made me feel was who I really was. The darkness is a psychological warfare, but one that goes undetected, for it's just too good at its job. It gave me my own world and created a creative fixation on my mind's decrepit imagination. The peak of it is the most deadly. It takes over your work, your relationships, your motivation, your outlook on life. The darkness tempts you to take its hand on death. It teaches you of all the terrible things in life, making you think maybe death is the better option. I took the darkness's offer once, danced with death. Everything thereafter became null and void. It wanted to take everything from me, and I let it, even letting it take my creative prowesses and turn them morbid. I let the darkness take my life. It's not incompetent. It knows exactly when to strike. Even if you're seemingly having nothing bad going on in your life, if you already open that door for it, it's already there. So when I say I know exactly how it is and I apologize over and over, believe me, I'm so utterly sorry. I know how the darkness consumes you. It doesn't feel like you, as if you're staring at someone else in the mirror, but it becomes a part of you the longer the manifestation continues to grow within you. That doesn't mean the darkness has to stay. It doesn't belong, so of course it doesn't have to stay. I can't give you an exact list of steps and procedures of how to rid it from your mind, from your being, for I don't know. It was just a lot of time that gave me knowledge and finding strength within myself to find myself again, outside of who the darkness made me. I got rid of old habits, found the me in me, rid myself of everything aiding the darkness, and I kept going. It is possible. Don't give in. That's that. So, now that my entire rant is over, we can jump into this. Now, I'm just going to check one little bit thing. See if we have anybody here. We have one viewer. Who is the one viewer? Or is it me? Might just be me. And that's fine. That's fine. Oh, gross. I don't want to hear myself. There's 3 people, actually. Hi, guys. So, that whole reading session's over. Feel free to ask questions. We're going to delve into it. I'm just going to start telling my thoughts and my things, and if anybody wants to share, anybody wants to ask questions, that's the whole point of this. I'm just opening the floor because I'm waiting for you guys to engage. So regardless, there we go. Regardless, let's get into it. So I kind of came to a revelation today, that more along the lines of, maybe medication isn't as scary as it's depicted, and maybe it is necessary and needed for some people in some ways, and I'm starting to think maybe I'm that kind of person. Now, I've gotten very good at confronting myself, confronting things going on in my life, confronting other people, and, figuring shit out, almost to a virtue, and it is a virtue in the sense of I need to know the answer to everything and fix it or make it a positive thing, and that wrecks me quite a bit because patience is now null and void for me. So anyway, yeah, so more onto the revelation I was having is I went to go see about a boy in the book sense. I basically went to visit a very, very dear friend to me, somebody that I care very, very deeply about, and kind of in a sense to say goodbye, because I'm the kind of person that, you know, I hate today's social construct of a text message is a good enough goodbye, or blocking somebody is a good enough goodbye. Now, I'm perfectly okay with, I know it's necessary to block people sometimes. Yeah, it fucking sucks, obviously. But when you have a strong connection with somebody, like a genuine, strong spiritual connection, whatever kind of connection, it's very important to kind of, I guess, get that goodbye. So that was the goal that I was going for. And I ended up having a little too much to drink and got very emotional. And then pushed a boundary, which I shouldn't have. And me pushing that boundary pretty much shattered my chance of being in that person's life ever again. Because the boundary was, hey, you know, out of respect for this person that I'm pursuing, besides you, like, not pursuing me anymore, I'm pursuing a new person, out of respect for them, like, you can come visit, we can say goodbye, we can hang out, we can game, we can whatever, but you can't stay the night. And I got way too drunk, and I ended up falling asleep there. And then also I was kind of being a pest in a way as well, where I woke up today and I found out that I texted people, I called people, I was trying to go hang out with people, and just, I don't know, the alcohol kind of gave me a sense of the party needs to keep going. And yeah, that ruined it. Instead of me just being okay with what had happened, and also with me being drunk and my inhibitions being gone, I kind of just threw everything on the floor. Like, when it comes to my emotions, like, I put it all out there. Instead of, you know, sober, conscious me has done the work and is still actively doing the work to, you know, pursue... How do I phrase this properly? Kind of just doing the work to be more conscientious of what I'm saying and not saying too much, but also not saying too little. Now, did I do that? No. I got drunk, and then I decided, you know what? Let's let it all out. Instead of realizing that I'd have to wake up the next day and deal with that. Which I think a lot of people can relate to when they're drinking, is that, oh, this is going to be bright as fuck. Hang on. No, off. Yep, hang on. Turn off. Thank you. Fucking hell. So when the Xbox goes on standby, the TV also, you know, goes on standby. Or when the Xbox turns off, the TV goes on standby, and it's just like this bright ass blue light, and it's awful. So anyway, yeah, so did a lot of things, said a lot of things. Now, I was still very guarded, but I don't know, I caused problems, which was not okay. Oh, you're okay. Welcome. Feel free to, I mean, I'm leaving the floor open, I'm kind of just rambling right now. So ask questions, engage in convo, whatever it may be. Or just having a break night to kind of reset. But glad to know that I'm following you along and you're listening. I hope it's a good podcast, question mark? I mean, I guess it's kind of a podcast at that point. Yeah, so kind of realizing that whole thing. Like I said, a lot of people when they drink, it's, oh my god, I'm having so much fun, so you're living in the moment and just doing whatever feels the most exciting or whatever. And I got in the mindset of, oh, well, tomorrow doesn't exist, so this is like my last day. I can do whatever I want. And that was the dumbest thing I could have done, because it cost me that friendship, cost me that person, and showed that I was immature. And that's not okay, not what I want to do. So kind of just my revelation coming back home, because it was quite a fucking drive, was, you know, maybe drinking's not a good thing. Not that I drink all the time. It's more socially, where if I'm with people that are drinking, I will drink. But then it gets to a point where if I'm starting to feel tipsy or drunk in a way, then I don't want to stop. I want to keep having fun. And that's not okay. And I was so violently hungover today, so I'm kind of paying that price right there. But yeah, back to what I was getting at is I kind of just realized, like, yes, conscious me is getting significantly better at regulating and saying things properly and not being bitter, not being petty, not being childish, immature. You know, it's still a learning process nonetheless, and I have a lot of growth to do for sure. But, you know, given that my inhibitions were completely gone, one shows that underneath it all, there's still a lot there that needs to be recovered. And I'd like to not be in a situation again where my inhibitions are gone, in whatever way it is, or if I'm too emotional, even if I'm sober, that, you know, I get put in the same position again by myself, and spiral in that way, or be destructive, whether it's slight, whether it's crazy, whether it's whatever. I will say, in my defense, I'm not like some crazy ass fucking whatever that's going around and messing with people's lives or saying really stupid things, but I do let my emotions get the best of me, which I think a lot of us do that. So I think I'm going to finally, as an adult, do what I should have done a long time ago. Then again, when I was growing up, mental health services really were not a thing, but they are now. And I think medication is needed at this point, and it's not a bad thing. It just happens where, you know, I have so many things piled up. Like I said at the beginning of this, I have a combination of the PTSD, I have depression, clinical depression, obviously, I've had ideation, and I'm exploring, you know, what other avenues there may be, because I also know I have psychosis symptoms, and with that cut off reality that I'm now experiencing all the time. And yeah, so there's a lot there. So I want to work with a psychiatrist and actually get properly diagnosed, and then like start regulating with medication, because it might help, because it's almost dangerous to spiral in such a way. Yeah, so I guess my point with that is just to everybody, get yourself the damn help, because fucking hell, I thought I was okay. I thought I had done all of my research and learned how to do it, and didn't practice what I was preaching, in the sense of me telling other people, hey, you should probably get therapy, hey, you should probably, you know, work on yourself in this way. And I wasn't doing it entirely myself. I kept putting myself aside. And I do want to live a long, successful life. I want to maybe far in the future reconnect with that person that I lost last night / this morning, or maybe somebody else, and have a chance to actually keep something. Because that's another thing I struggle with a lot is, yes, I did just move about a month ago, so still very recently, and haven't had a chance to really meet anybody besides on dating apps, but I haven't had a chance to really like have a close connection, and all of my friends live in Canada, so they're quite far away. They're at a minimum, you know, hours away, depending on where. So it's very difficult to see them normally. And then also I have a cat, so it's not like I can go and stay for a few days, because I have my cat and he'd have to come with me, and most of my friends have pets and my cat doesn't do well with other pets. Some of their pets don't do well with other pets. It's a whole thing. Just not as easy as I'd hope. And I don't have anybody really here to hang out with in person, and I'm a very in-person kind of person, where I need that connection. And then also in a mental health stance, with the, I guess, kind of psychosis thing that I'm trying to explore, and that cut off emotionally, is if it goes long enough of me just texting somebody and not seeing them, like physically, it'll start making me feel like they're not real and they're a figment of my imagination. And then a part of the whole psychosis thing is also I struggle a lot with things like the Matrix theory, like, oh, we live in the Matrix, or simulation things in that sense, or that things aren't real. Mandela effects used to fuck me up too, because it would kind of follow the same thing, all because it just makes me feel like I'm living in a dream, and then I'll get stuck in that and I'll just feel like I'm in a dream. It'll make me dissociate even more, and it's a whole damn thing. So it's very, very difficult in that sense. But just more things to work out. I mean, more to tell you guys that this is normal things. These are normal things that people experience, and it's not your fault at all. Now, what happened last night is very much my fault, regardless if there's mental health, regardless if I was drunk, regardless of whatever. I did it, and I have to take charge of that. And I have to stop just saying, oh, well, I didn't do anything wrong, and actually realize, hey, I did do something wrong here. Even if it wasn't intentional, I did it. I fucked up. Okay, cool. How do I fix that? I might not be able to fix it, but I at least can take the charge in becoming a better person and making myself a safer person. Like, not safe, physically safe, like I'm putting somebody in danger, but like mentally, emotionally safer person to be around, especially when I'm going through stuff like that. Which, again, I think everybody should do. And don't be like me and keep putting it aside. I gotta drink. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. So, your fluids girl has changed up the fluids tonight. We still have tea in our pumpkin mug, but we have milk. Straight up fucking milk in here. I haven't been able to eat yet today. Ooh, that's actually a really good question. I will say I want to. I really do want to. It's been my plan to get back in the gym. When I was, I want to say like 6-7 years ago. Not about 6 years ago. Maybe even less than that. Maybe more like 4 years ago. So like, yeah. For a few years, I worked out very consistently, and it was like pretty much my main hobby. I was a very big gym rat. And I've been meaning to get back to it. I just haven't, and I haven't even gotten a membership yet. But I have like at-home things, and I'm like, I should do this or whatever, or maybe I should go outside and take a walk. Like today, it was super warm, and I was like, maybe I should go outside and take a walk, enjoy it. But I haven't. I keep making excuses not to. But that is a good thing. It is very helpful, and would also help tremendously with confidence as well. So yeah, no, that's a great question. I'm gonna drink my milk real quick. It is fucking hot in here, so you guys get to see sports bra mode again, because I'm fucking burning. Very much burning. Yeah, no, to that, I've just been putting everything off, like even hobbies and stuff. Like I just recently got back into the streaming and everything. After being out of gaming and, you know, meeting people that way or streaming. I used to, when I was a kid, I had a YouTube channel and I played Minecraft on it, but it was a huge hobby of mine. And then for a short bit, beginning of this year, I got into streaming for all of 5 seconds on YouTube, and then just had so many things pop up in my life. Like I was at the time dealing with my marriage, which is over. I had to leave that situation, and that was kind of like the biggest thing, where I was taken away from my hobbies, my friends, my family, myself, and wasn't allowed the growth or the room to try and grow from it. And I'm kind of still recovering from that because a month ago I moved from the state that we were living in together, my ex and I, although we hadn't been together forever, but I just finally got the nerve to move. So now it feels like I'm able to breathe again, but I also have just been throwing myself into more situations, which I think is another thing that I need to learn, is how to be okay with not having somebody there, which is very difficult, especially after getting out of a marriage. But I would have saved the entire situation with the person I went to go visit last night if I had allowed myself the time to be more ready, because I was not ready when he came into my life whatsoever, and he was not ready for me whatsoever either, and that did not help at all. Only thing I can hope to that is after he takes some time, I take some time, maybe years down the line, there might be some reconciliation, but I have to learn to be okay with myself on my own. And one thing I do a lot as well when other people are in my life, especially relationships, is I put them first over myself in every single aspect, you know, mentally, emotionally, financially, physically, whatever it may be. It's a virtue. A lot of, I guess, motherly traits in a way, and just kind of when I like a person, I want to protect them and I want to take care of them, which can also be overbearing. So that's something I do also need to work on. But yeah, so that also distracted me from being able to actually wake up and see the point where I was at, the position I was in, because I didn't allow myself that time. And now I have that time. As much as it does suck the way I got that time, it is helpful. It is tremendously helpful. So, yeah. I'm trying to think. What else? I'm doing so much talking. I will, though. On a positive note. Where the hell is it? Did I even bring it up here? I did. I got a little USB stick today. It's not an actual USB stick. It's a very cheap nicotine device. And yeah, that's my pro for today. Probably not relevant, but that was my uplifting thing, because I ordered this weeks ago and it just finally fucking got here. Which this addiction also is not a good thing either. It is also kind of a crutch. So I'm trying to also figure out where I want to go with that habit. Give me 5 seconds, I'm gonna plug this in. As I say, as I just got it, but anyway, I digress. Yeah, I know there's the whole all those ad campaigns and stuff of the anti-vape things, or the, what is it even called? I forgot the one specific company that does it most. They have like the orange background and whatnot, and they go on about vaping and how it fucks with your mood and depression and causes anxiety, which it does, but it also, in a sense, is a crutch, much like alcohol for some people is a crutch. Drugs are. Sex is. I mean, anything could be used as a crutch in a way. It's easier with addictive substances like nicotine. And it is going to be a goal to quit. But we're working on all the things at once, so it's gonna be an uphill battle. Oh. I like that idea. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that at all, because my what I was vaping before was like 60 milligrams of nicotine, 50 to 60, because I order through Perfect Vape, and you can modify how much, how little, and all of that goes into it of each ingredient, but especially nicotine, and then it's salt nicotine on top of that, so it hit like a truck. I did, yeah. uh, I didn't realize how extreme it was. One of my exes years ago was like got me more into vaping, where like at the time I'd like hit some people's vapes, but I never had my own. Um, but yeah, he was like, oh, here's this website, like we can order off of this. It is honestly cheaper than going to a vape shop and buying things. Fucking, I got this disposable from a vape shop and it was $30 for this, which I think is ridiculous for a disposable. But anyway, yeah, so he got me into it and he's like, okay, cool, we're gonna order this. And he ordered 60 milligram fucking nicotine. And then I didn't think anything of it and I started vaping it. And then when I went to go get my own and it was significantly less, I was like, why do I feel weird? Why do I feel like I'm going through withdrawal? In a way, it's because I was. And then we ended up just keeping up that habit, and not a good habit at all. But that is a great idea. I should do that. I really should do that. Because I did also a month ago, actually almost 2 months ago, I quit for all of like 2.5 weeks, maybe a little bit longer. But it was like, I did it cold turkey, which is why I had to just buy another thing a few weeks ago now. But anyway, I bought another thing, because I threw everything away. Like, I had a box mod that I didn't really use anymore, but I had a box mod. I had a smock stick and everything like that. And yeah, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I took one hit, threw it in the trash can, and then took the trash out. Not a good way to do it, but I thought I could do it. And I was doing it until I wasn't. And here we are. But it is definitely a goal, and I want to commit to it. So we will see. I also think another thing that's going to help me in quitting is how fucking expensive everything is, especially nicotine. Yeah. I feel like it's something you gotta do when you're not going through a bunch of stuff. Like, yeah, you're gonna feel one way or the other, like each day. You know, you could have a bad day at work and then you're gonna want to vape. But in my circumstance, I was, like I said a little bit ago, going through that, like moving away from the state that my ex and I lived in. So it was just so much. And then coming to reality of like, you know, the abuse that happened and everything like that. And then my ex was in the Navy, so I had the Navy involved in it, and NCIS investigating things and whatnot. So it was just so much stress, and definitely not the best time to do it when you're that stressed out. But yeah, I heard about the is it Zyn? Zyn? Is that what it's called? You put that in your lip though, don't you? I don't know. I've seen it all over the damn place. Everybody that I follow on TikTok has those. It's interesting. I will say I have smoked cigarettes before, not like consistently. It's like, you know, if somebody at a party will hand me one and I'll take a hit. Whatever the fuck we call smoking a cigarette is. And then give it back or whatever. But I've never consistently had it. It's just been vapes for me. Oh. So do you just let it sit there or do you suck on it? Don't make that weird. Because I remember when I was growing up, the main thing was like the tobacco chew that you also put in your lip. Slooping a dually? Am I saying that right? That's great, though. I love that. I love that a lot. But, like I said, thank you. I'm going to seriously consider your recommendation of getting nicotine and non-nicotine, because that would probably help me. Because I think another thing, too, is, like, the habitual... like, of course, the withdrawal is fucking awful, but I was actually coping better with the withdrawal, at least in the beginning, until it came down to, you know, me getting even more stressed out and stuff. And then I was like, yeah, I fucking need nicotine. But the habit of, like, vaping itself. So I think the no nicotine approach might be great honestly, for slowly burning that out. No spitting. Huh. Huh. When did that come out? Because I feel like that has to be semi-new, at least within like the past couple of years, right? Because I've never heard of that before until I started seeing it on TikTok all the time. Very interesting, though. Very interesting indeed. I'm gatekeeping here. I do. You can see Pennywise peeking out. There's Pennywise right there. If you guys want to see him, it's a little bit harder when I'm doing like the Walking Dead streams because. Oh, so that's kind of new, ish. Yeah, kind of new, maybe a little bit. I don't know. My concept of time is like the entire year of 2023 feels like a fucking blur. Like it went by so fast for me. Which I know everybody says that at the end of the year where they're like, oh my god, time went by so fast. But it really fucking did. Like, so much shit happened. But, yeah, when I'm doing the Walking Dead streams, I typically just wear the sports bra because I get sweaty because I'm all stressed out. Also, my fucking heat is blasting because my neighbor on the other side of my duplex controls the heat and they have that bitch cranked up. So it gets real hot. But you can't see it that well because the lights are dark red. We're doing an orange right now and it's kind of darker, but it's not the red we've been doing. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think of more things to mention, I guess. If you guys have any questions or topics or whatever, I'm an open book, so literally ask anything you want. Yeah. Words. I also think the best therapy, and another reason why I'm starting this beyond just like inspiration from somebody I knew, was just whatchamacallit, it's very helpful to talk. So it's kind of like a therapy in a way. The greatest fear is how when you are 2 hours old, 1 hour is half of all that time. When you're 6, 2 hours is a lot of video game time. That is a weird. I recently asked my 70-year-old father how long a year is, and he said they go by like weeks. Fuck. That's existentially deep. Holy shit. I mean, when you're a baby, of course, you're a kid, you don't really have much concept of time itself. But fuck. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, it's also on the topic of kids, I think it's so crazy how fast the baby stage goes by. Now, I don't have any kids of my own, so I haven't experienced it, but just like seeing other kids grow up, seeing other people like online with their kids growing up, it's you have an infant for all of a couple of weeks and then they're no longer a tiny baby and now they're like a mid-sized baby. They get chunky, right? But then after a year, they're a toddler. You only have a year of that stage, and I think that's what fucks most parents up, is it's such a short time. On the other side too, I mean, same with I guess your teenage years. Like mine flew by so fast. And when you're in it, it feels like, you know, life is so long and existential in a way. And then before you know it, it's over with. Like my younger cousins came by and they're all teenagers now. There's a huge age gap. But they're all teenagers now. And I don't want to talk to Siri. Anyway. And they were just complaining about how they just want to grow up, how they want to be an adult, how they want to drive, they want to do things. And I'm like, you know, or they were also talking about like drama going on at their school. And I'm like, I miss the days when that was my life. Like, I was such a loner in high school, especially because it wasn't because, you know, I didn't like people. It was I moved so much because I was a military brat. And then also with moving, I got thrown in the situation of, instead of graduating early like I was supposed to, like significantly early, because I had done in middle school a pre-medical program. So I already pretty much did all of my high school credits in middle school and was supposed to do AP classes or graduate early in high school. But since I moved so much, the credits didn't transfer, and I was stuck redoing the same algebra or the same US history or the same whatever for the third or fourth fucking time, and I was done with it. So I just didn't do the school thing after a while. They're just potatoes and not a lot of fun. But they're so cute and squishy. But they are very fragile too, I will say. But they're so cute and squishy. To have a kid. I don't know how I would do with having a kid, like, long term right now, but I love babies so much. Yep. That exactly. It was fucking awful. I mean, my parents at the time came to agreement of, hey, you know, this last and final move, my ending of junior year and senior year, I will just do a homeschool program online so then I can, you know, work and then just get it done at my own pace, which would have been significantly faster. And then my mom was like, oh, hey, like, just try out school for a couple of weeks, right? And if you don't like it by December, like, you start in August, December timeframe, so a couple months, right? If you don't like it by December, then we'll take you out and you can do the homeschooling thing. And then it turned into, well, since you're already in school, you're going to stay in school. You don't get a choice anymore. And then it was awful. But I got lucky in the sense of I was able to kind of, like, make my own schedule for a lot of my classes. The teachers were understanding, and I would show up, turn in my homework, get the assignments, go home. And that's how that went. Because they knew I didn't want to be there and keep dealing with it. So I'd take it home, do the work, aced everything until my last year. Like, my last year, my final move, I whatchamacallit, it was another situation of credits and transfer, that whole homeschooling thing. And then I got so burnt out from doing it that I just stopped putting in the effort altogether and pretty much passed with all D's. Yeah, it was very all over the damn place. I mean, I didn't even experience my freshman and sophomore year at all because I kept moving in between, like, in the middle of each year. So it would literally be like, oh, I moved to this state in the middle of my freshman year. So they're like, oh, well, you already did these credits and we don't want you to redo them. So have fun. You get the rest of the year off. You go do whatever you want. And so I'd go and do whatever I wanted. And then my freshman and sophomore year was like, those are both the times where it would be that situation of I'd show up, turn my assignments, take whatever, go home. My sophomore year was, I ended up moving in the middle of that year, and then all of my teachers at the time just graduated me from that year or those classes with A's and B's. They just wrote down a letter and they're like, here you go, have fun. And then I had pretty much from very early beginning of that year till the next school semester, so about 6, 7, maybe even 8 months of just nothingness, because it was too late in the school year to go enroll in the other school, if that makes sense. I know I'm not explaining this well. I don't even understand it, but yeah. I will say I enjoyed college a lot fucking better because there's more autonomy to it. There's more, like, these teachers actually seemed like they cared, at least the ones I had. And you're an adult, like, you can do things at your own pace, and, you know, college is a lot better. It's so much easier to deal with. I loved it. I'm thinking of honestly going and doing another couple of years, because I do want to pursue my next step in my nursing license, so we will see. But yeah, very, very strange. The floor is your guys's again. A third degree 10-year-old? I love the way you put that. It's kind of like that same thing where some adults will be like, oh, I'm level whatever number that my age is. I like that. I like that a lot. Fuck, I need something cool to say about my age. I feel so old. Like I also said at the beginning of stream, I will not ever disclose my age on stream, just for personal reasons, and privacy. But I am both very old, but both very young. Like I'm a good in between. I'm in my 20s, I will say. But my body feels it, all of it. But I also blame that to all of the jobs I've done. I've had a very colorful history of like working different jobs, because when I was 14, I lived in Virginia, and in Virginia you can start working at 14 or 15 as long as the parent signs off on it. And so I started working when I was 14, and didn't stop. I first started at like a restaurant, like an easy thing that I could do because there was restrictions on specific jobs that you can do. And then I was doing like baseball stadiums, and then I was doing car maintenance, and then I was doing like fucking FedEx shit, then I was doing nannying, then I was doing whatchamacallit, like gym coaching, but what is it called, fitness coaching, and then the nursing stuff I got into, and that's been my life these past few years. And I'll probably pursue that, but I've also done I started pursuing a degree in psychology and law and all of that, so I've been all over. But I've had so many physical jobs. Like most of my nursing experience has been a CNA, which is caring for the elderly mostly. In most states, you can only work in a geriatric center, and it is so much on your body, especially when you're short-staffed. Like during COVID, we were always short-staffed all the time. So I'd end up being like me, one single working CNA, having 40 patients to myself. And these patients range anywhere from being frail, only 100 pounds, to 300 pounds. And you have to move them, you have to dress them, you have to get them up by yourself. And it's a lot on your body. Like there always has to be like an actual acting nurse there. Or like a DNS, director of nursing, or somebody there. But they typically weren't ever helpful. So yeah, a lot of me doing that myself, and it was very difficult. And I will not ever do it again unless somebody's willing to pay me a pretty penny. But where I live now, the wages for CNAs is literally minimum wage, so I'm not willing to do that for minimum wage. But yeah, no, it's awful. I should extend the question. What do you do for work? Why is my watch yelling at me? Oh, the battery's almost dead. That's lovely. Just lovely. See where we're at with stream. I keep biting the fucking skin on my lip because that's my thing in the wintertime, is when it gets cold, my lips get so chapped no matter what I do, and I have a bad habit of biting the dead skin. Anyway, project management for construction. Oh. Like you build the campuses. That sounds interesting. Sounds like you could be getting paid pretty well. Do you enjoy it? What are the hours and stuff like? It does. If you're working for the super for the super rich people, they should be paying you well. I'm assuming it's close to nothing. Probably not. You're probably not getting paid your worth based off of that reaction. Do spill the details. And by tech campuses for billionaires, do you mean like more in line with like Apple and the people that do, I don't even fucking know the fucking brands for all the Samsung fucking different branches, or Microsoft or whatever? Oh, I see. I presume the cost of living is quite pricey wherever you live. That that was one thing. I used to also live in Connecticut, it's where I moved from, and there, just as a CNA, I was making $21 to $24 an hour, which was not what I was worth at all, but it was significantly more than minimum wage, obviously, because minimum wage in Connecticut is 15, and I also at the time was living with my best friend. So, I mean, I was only paying like $600 into rent, and then $200 for electric, heat, and then all of my miscellaneous stuff like car insurance, car payment, all of that stuff. So I was very lucky, and I was only working 3 days a week because I could, while doing more school and doing other miscellaneous things on the side, and mostly being distracted by relationships, but nonetheless. But if I went full time, it would have been a very, very nice paycheck, for at least compared to what I'm getting now, because I now am a medical assistant at a clinic working under a doctor, and I'm making slightly more than I would have for their offer as a CNA. But it's still pretty much minimum wage, and it's not balancing with the cost of living. Like in Connecticut, the apartment I had on my own was about $2,000 a month, and then I paid electric on top of that, no other utilities, and then but like Wi-Fi, all that shit, car insurance, blah blah blah. So I'm gonna say at the end of the month, I was in total maybe paying like 3,000, a little over 3,000 into all of my bills and stuff. I'm also super fucking frugal, so I'm typically at the bottom of the scale. I don't make any excess spending, but with that wage, it made it a lot more comfortable, because for a short bit I switched from part-time to full-time, and then my ex's BAH, the housing pay that the Navy gives, also helped tremendously, and then helped me be able to not have to work as much as it killed me to not work as much, because I love working. I'm a workaholic. It's almost a virtue. But yeah, no, the cost of living there was a bit more expensive. Just now here, it's not balancing out. Like I'm paying half of what I was paying for housing in Connecticut now, but the wages are also in half, so it doesn't help me. Yeah, that is definitely the thing with nursing, is you have to have all the tests. Also, fucking every time you enter a new clinic or a new hospital or whatever, you have to do the PPD shots, which is literally like not an actual like shot, like you're not getting a vaccination, but they put a needle under your skin and kind of put a bubble of fluid in there, and it's to test to see if you have tuberculosis, have been exposed to tuberculosis, yeah, that word, fucking hell. And then you have to do that twice before you can even start your job in most places, at least the places I've lived, which is a pain in the dick. You also, COVID vaccinations are required. You have to have at least here both COVID vaccinations and at least one booster shot, and then your flu, and I think that's it for what they want. Now they also want like all of your childhood vaccinations, so if you've never gotten your like HPV and fucking what is it, tetanus and the chickenpox thing and whatever, those vaccinations, they're gonna want you to have those. But I was a very seasoned child, so I had all of the vaccinations. But also, the places I grew up, it was required for most schools to have all of those. I'm just surprised I never was offered the HPV one. Some schools were like, oh, you don't need it at all. Some of them mentioned it as an option, but I never got them until now, which I think I'm due for the next one coming up soon. So, yeah. But, I mean, that's the other thing about where I live, and why I'm thinking of getting my full nursing license, because I'm very close. But getting the full thing because RNs here make anywhere from $40 to $70 minimum an hour, and that would make my living situation so comfortable, so damn comfortable. And then I could probably engage in my hobbies. Like, I'm getting into cars again and racing again because I'm cool like that. All the streaming stuff, I mean, I definitely need a better camera for sure, because you see the quality, it's not good. I want a better quality camera. I should probably get an actual computer, because I have a monitor. Well, I have two monitors, but I use this one primarily for streams. You see the orange. You see the orange what? I'm curious. The orange what? Oh, the lights. Oh, yeah. The orange is intentional. It's just the color I set my lights to. It's supposed to be more tan, but that's intentional. Don't worry. Because the actual color is the white. Works really well, but it's so fucking bright. So fucking bright. And then you can see how red I am. So, do we prefer this or do we prefer the orange that I had? You decide, because I can switch it up if we want. But yeah, no, that's intentional. But the quality itself is shit. And then also, my computer is a really beefed up gaming laptop, which is great. It handles streaming perfectly fine. It handles hefty ass games like fucking Destiny and The Sims, which is so unhinged with how much The Sims requires out of a computer now. It's awful. But it can run everything very fast and smoothly, but it would be nice to have an actual desktop. So, yeah. I think I made the lights brighter. They're not as dark anymore, because I switched the colors back and forth. So you get to see me a little bit brighter. But no, the orange is intentional, because I think the white is too sterilizing of a color. I mean, I have a whole fucking array. It's all of the colors. Oh. I think I replied to your comment. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint. I was gonna do The Walking Dead again tonight, but I felt like I needed a break for the night. And also, this is something I want to start doing more often, just on Mondays. I mean, the title says Monday, so kind of along those lines. Mondays, I want to do a short little check-in for like maybe an hour or two, like we're doing tonight, and just connect with you guys, talk mental health shit, whatever it may be, because I also like being an advocate in that way. But anyway, kind of check in. But Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, I will be live streaming The Walking Dead. Sometimes maybe on a Thursday or Friday, I do raid Destiny. So if I do play Destiny, I will also stream Destiny. Which is more convenient now because I have the other monitor on my Xbox mounted in here now. So it'll all be right here, and then you can see me. But yeah, I'm sorry. We were going to do The Walking Dead. We're going to do it tomorrow night, I promise. So probably 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't know where you live. I will be doing The Walking Dead. So yeah. And thank you. If it is your comment that I replied to, thank you for the comments. I did very much appreciate that a lot. So, yeah. How do I keep conversating? You said you're working right now, though. So, not that I'm complaining here. Definitely tune in, right? But, may I ask why you're watching the stream while you're at work? Morbid must be very interesting then. Also, speaking of following things. Yes, please, give me all of the random random questions, because I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. I'm preparing myself. And isn't that fucking place so fucking haunted? Like, that entire area so fucking haunted. My favorite dinosaur? Hey! Welcome in. We're just conversating now. My favorite dinosaur, fucking hell. Can you see it? There's... Oh, you can't see it. Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab... I have a fucking dinosaur. I have one. Well, I have multiple dinosaurs, actually. But I have one specific fucking dinosaur up there. And I'm gonna grab it. So I can show you. That one will be my favorite. If this hoodie would zip up. Thank you. 1 second. Deal with my sweatpants. Oh my god. I didn't mean to bend that far over. I'm wearing the baggiest of sweatpants that keep falling down. But it's laundry weekend, so we're working with it. Anyway, this is the dinosaur I have. I don't know what kind it is, but it's my favorite. So this one right here. Right here. Oh. Extreme temperatures. Now, how are the ghosts, though? Because it sounds interesting. Very enticing. That's more what I was on about. Was I've heard the rumors that there's, like, skinwalkers and shit. Brontosaurus? I don't fucking know. I know I have a T-Rex also in my room, but it's, like, tiny. It's, like, itty-bitty little T-Rex, baby. Itty-bitty. It's just miscellaneous things I've fucking collected from people. This one, I don't even remember how I got him. He just farted. Did you hear that? What playground game can I dominate in? Square, wall ball. Ah, shit. You're really bringing me back to my childhood here, aren't you? I feel like Foursquare I did fucking great in, because I'm very tall. Like, you can't really tell. My torso is fucking short as shit. But I am 5'11". So I got the reach, too, because my arms are, like, so long. And I'm super tall, so I could just pretty much get people out instantly in Foursquare. Tag, I've always hated running. So tag was not my thing. Now, as an adult, I can't run, because another thing to us talking earlier about our bodies aging and being fucking awful is beyond my joints cracking like fucking Rice Krispie treats, which makes it so hard to, you know, have kinky sex, because you just sound like a Rice Krispie treat the entire time. But I digress. It's also... How tall are you? Hey, Shaker. How tall are you? We can switch, because I'm so over it. But with being tall, I was actually supposed to be like over 6 foot, but I have the good old scoliosis in my spine. Is like that. Well, like that, and then it goes out. It's a whole thing. But my shoulder pops out of socket if I run. So I don't run. Nope. Ghosty shit's my shit. I love the ghosty shit. Like, these books back here, I think that entire shelf right there is all, like, paranormal kind of stuff. And I eat that shit up. I'm not crazy, like, oh my god, let's go ghost investigating yet. But I do like reading about it and seeing the creepy videos and all that shit and hearing the stories. I believe in the ghosts. Have I ever had a nemesis? Ooh, not a nemesis per se, but this spawns a story. Um, Fucking when I was super duper little, I think maybe kindergarten or first grade. Don't quote me. I think it was kindergarten. Um, in my hometown, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, New York. Fucking literally middle of nowhere, New York. Where people know it most by like Potsdam area. So St. Lawrence County is where I grew up, and so it's a very small town area. Not really Potsdam now, but like it was when I was growing up. It was super small town area. So everybody knew everybody, and growing up in that way, it was always like, oh, whatever kid was in your grade level, they're following you to the next grade level, and you basically know them and grow up with them. But there were these two girls who hated my guts, and I grew up with them at that point in time. I mean, I had to be like 6, 7 by then, but I'd known them since I was like 3, 4, going to Head Start. They really didn't like me, and I don't remember why at all. But they came up to me at lunch one day, and I specifically remember them just like harassing me, bullying me, that whole thing. It is. And at the time, I was obsessed with the 80s Ninja Turtles movies and watched them every single fucking night, besides Labyrinth. Labyrinth has my heart in chokehold and always will. But I was watching the Ninja Turtle movies all the fucking time, and they were being really mean to me. So I turned to both of them and said, and I quote, I remember this because I get told this story by my mom all the time, that I was going to have Shredder from those movies come and shred their entire family. And then I got suspended from school for a week for that. So I guess they were in a way my fucking nemesis. Sorry if the backstory was too much, but yeah. And Too Short, I don't think you're too short, love. I call bullshit. Also, the shorter, the more adorable. I would give you a little forehead kiss, I love short people. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, there's the backstory. I think also when I was a kid, I mean, if you can't tell by the well, you can only see Pennywise, but this is an entire horror sleeve I have going on here. I grew up also watching horror movies, like that whole realm of shit of like I'd watched Ninja Turtles, which isn't really horror, but I also watched Predator all the time. I watched the Friday the 13th movies. My accent's trying to come out actively, but I'm fighting it, so fucking I'm tripping up my words. And yeah, so that was my thing. Another thing too I did as a kid a lot was like made believe that I was best friends with Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees, and I would just pretend that them and I were going around killing people. It was a thing. I was a fucked up kid. Anyway, You're wearing a fucking David Bowie shirt? Ah. I need to see this. That's beautiful. Labyrinth literally is my entire being. I keep saying to everybody that I just aspire to have a Labyrinth-like love. Not in the sense of, hey, steal my little brother, but in the sense of, that entire soundtrack is so beautiful and romantic. And I think it's what spawned the hopeless romantic in me, and I can't get rid of it. How short is too short for me? I mean, I think if you're like 3 foot, I don't know. But like, once you're getting close to like 4 foot, it's adorable. I fucking love it. I never watched the Strangers movies, actually. I didn't. As much as I watched a lot of horror and weird fucked up things as a kid, I was also not allowed to. Like at all. I wasn't allowed to do any of that until I was literally a teenager and just did it anyway. It would always be like my grandmother would have me over to like stay the night and whatnot, and we'd watch horror movies, or I just do it secretly. Yeah. So I'm not that experienced. Still working on it. What is the next luxury you are planning to buy for yourself? The next luxury I'm planning to buy for myself. That is a great question. I know I briefly talked about it and touched on it earlier of whatchamacallit. Hang on, give me 1 second. I don't like how bright this shit is. I'm turning the lights back down, okay? Give me a minute. Give me a minute, 'cause I don't like how bright it is. It's too bright. Too bright in here. Ha! Now we're back to being dark. I didn't like it. It was too pure. It's showing all of me. I don't know. Simple things, I guess. I want more tattoos. I want to be covered head to toe. Maybe not head to toe, but like, you know, I want to be covered. But I think one thing I was saying, once I get more money and with this new job and whatever, I have more of a steady income, rather than, I mean, I do, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll have that extra money coming in, which will be helpful. I want to start doing simple things like, I used to get acrylics on my nails and make them like super fucking sharp, like little talons. And the last ones I did was a Freddy Krueger pattern, so it just looked like his like burn wounds, and it was really cool. So maybe get my nails done or something like that, but I really don't buy myself anything ever. Oh no, I love that shit. I eat that shit up. With the all the true crime stuff, all the psychological thrillers, like basic horror movies don't do it for me anymore. Like if I were to go back now and watch the Jason movies, it would just be funny. It's laughable. But I love the psychological stuff that'll fuck with me. What is the accent I'm trying to hide? I don't even know what it is. I, growing up, kind of adapted a lot of different accents. Like the biggest thing growing up so close to Canada was I used to have like a full-on Canadian accent. And now all of my friends are living in Canada. Like I said, they're hours away now and it sucks, but talking to them every night, because we typically do like a Discord call, and they have the thickest of accents. So if I hear somebody talk in an accent, I start being like a sponge and adapting to it, and it brings mine out more. Yeah, I also, as a kid, I watched Doctor Who and fucking loved it so much. And by watching that, I started picking up on a British accent, so it kind of mixed in there. Now, the one thing I don't know where I got it from is I've been told when I'm like very, very pissed off, like it takes me a lot to get anywhere close to being pissed off nowadays, but I used to get told that I sound Russian, and it's scary, so that's a thing. Your friends are Canadian as well? Yeah. What a small world. But yeah, they're scattered. I think some of my friends are in Quebec, others are in Montreal, or they say Montreal instead of Montreal. Ah! APAC! Welcome. Yeah, all over. And I just made friends with somebody also that's in Ontario, so yeah. APAC, welcome in. I briefly discussed mental health stuff, and now we're just asking questions and conversating, so welcome in. Add to the question pool if you'd like. Anything is acceptable, nothing's off the table. We were just talking about my accent and how I'm picking up on it more by talking to beef or chicken. Like alive or eating it, because that, I presume you mean eating it. Chicken. Red meat's not the best for you to have all the time, although I'm a fucking slut for steak, hands down. I also have an obsession with steak sauce. It's kind of a problem, honestly. Like I will put steak sauce on fucking anything if I can. But yeah. Oh, I was another weird kid thing that I did growing up is my grandmother and I had this tradition where whenever she would make pork chops, we'd have to have applesauce with it. And I don't know where it came from. It came from like an old show, like a very old show. And it originally started off as a joke of her being like, oh, do you want pork chops and applesauce? And I was like, what the fuck do you mean, grandmother? You don't put fruit with meat. That's weird, you know? And then it just became a tradition, and it was my favorite fucking thing. And we'd have broccoli too, and I called broccoli trees back then. I was a cute kid. You wish you weren't from this planet? What do you mean? What would be your preferred planet? I like Pluto. Although, is Pluto considered a planet anymore? I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. I definitely don't think it is. Oh, I also, at the very beginning of stream, I don't think anybody was in yet. Tim was. Timothy. I need to know what you prefer me to call you, because I feel bad hyphenating usernames or names in general. But I think he was there, and I showed off the book. Teensy bit. And I think I want to make that a tradition where each time we have a mental health day, which will be Mondays, we check in with the book. Although I will say these on Mondays will not start until about 7-8 o'clock, whichever you like. Okay, I'm rolling with Tim. But yeah, it'll start a little bit later, so 7-8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. If you guys want to tune in, just because I work 10 to 11 hours on Mondays. You're flexible. Me too. Okay. I haven't even created a nickname for myself for you guys to address me by. I guess most people call me Morbid. Though my name is Aspen, so whichever one you choose. I don't know how ambient the room is now. I know you can definitely hear my chair. ASMR from the chair being squeaky. I'm fidgety. But somebody tell me, is it echoing here? Because I feel like it might be. I need to put the foam shit on the walls, or just more decor. More decor. Alright. New topics, new questions. What do we got, people? Ask me anything. APOC, most of the pressure is on you. I hope you know that. I know the camera's like slightly glitching and it's gonna bother me a little bit. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. No, I don't. I know he did some fucked up shit though. Hello, welcome in. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're at a point where we're asking me questions. So if you have any questions, Damon, feel free to ask them. Also, I love the fucking name. It reminds me of Vampire Diaries. I love it. Vampire Diaries is another thing that has my heart in a fucking chokehold. Alright, what's the question on topic, APOC? It's like, I don't even care. It's like I don't even care about what? About the Muffin Man? But yeah, we're just chatting. Do I believe in an afterlife? Oh, that is on the topic of spooky things, isn't it? You get that a lot? It's a great fucking name. I love that. Do I believe in an afterlife? I don't know. I feel like I'm at a crossroads of what happens after. I mean, I kind of have to if I do believe that ghosts exist, because that kind of insinuates that there is an afterlife of sorts. I kind of am on the spectrum of ghosts are people with unfinished business or to do shit, or not so great people. I don't know. Kind of just stuck. But then it's like, well, is there something that they're passing on to? Because I don't believe that it's just you're dead, you blink, and you're gone. Like, everything's black, you don't exist anymore. I feel like that would be too simple, and also it would break my fucking heart knowing that you know, I could, knock on wood, die tomorrow and it's just out. So I'd like to believe that there is, but I haven't done too much into that. Now, reincarnation is one thing that I circle around with a lot, just because I've heard a lot of stories from people that like remember past lives and stuff. Like my cousin, when we were super duper little, he had to be like maybe 3 or 4, randomly woke up one night and was like, hey, I had a dream of me and our aunts walking around, it was like Victorian era, like England, right? And he described everything from like the buildings and the old architecture and how the roads were like bricked, and he specifically said, oh, we were wearing like long black dresses. And I was like, that's fucking weird. How would a like 3 to 4 year old know all of this shit? And yeah, so that kind of got me onto that. Going through. I'm answering them. Sorry, I'm rambling. What are some mental health conditions or things you think you're dealing with or are diagnosed with? I touched on that a little bit earlier. Very, very early, actually. I have been diagnosed with PTSD very recently, actually. After or right before I moved. And then when I was younger, like a teenager, I was diagnosed with clinical depression. But beyond that, nothing is concrete yet. With my recent therapist / counselor that I was working with on the PTSD diagnosis was kind of following along the lines of there being some sort of psychosis, so like a dissociative disorder of sorts, but it could stem from that, or it could be its own thing entirely. That would take a lot more digging. What I think I have is definitely something like that. And then I think I might have borderline personality disorder, honestly, which is another thing that spawns from PTSD, just based off of it. Like, my mom is bipolar, but my symptoms don't resemble bipolar. They're actually quite differently, where I don't experience the on and off moods just randomly. I have to be triggered by something, which more follows suit with borderline. So yeah. If you guys have any clarifying questions to what I'm answering to, feel free. Quote from Monarch. God isn't dead, but I'll get that bastard someday, Johnny Hobo. I don't think I've ever heard that. And what are these books behind me, Damon? If you're still here. Sorry, taking me so long. It's a great question. You can't fucking see any of them, can you? Top row is all my shorter books. Like, I have Lois Lowry up there. I have a bunch of poetry. I have 50 Shades of Grey up there too. Yeah, it's mostly just those, like the Giver series, a bunch of poetry. Like I said, I fucking love my poetry. There's Ready Player One, which is a really fucking good book, and I recommend it. If you guys have never read Ready Player One, beautiful, 10 out of 10. And the movie is shit compared to it, but everybody says that about everything, but it really is. It's so good, and very immersive. The next row has a bunch of Stephen King on it. I have my H.P. Lovecraft special edition book way over there, and then I have a Winnie the Pooh book that's also special edition that I just got. And then I have some Edgar Allan Poe, Mark Twain, Dan Brown, which is all the ghosty shit. And then very bottom is James Patterson, some Nora Roberts, more Stephen King, and the rest of the ghosty shit. Interesting answer. Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, that's the point of this, is to have a check-in and to ask questions. Yeah, so any of them. I kind of touched in on the current at the very beginning, which I can re-clarify and talk about, just kind of revelations and whatnot. And then we got on the topic of nicotine and substances, and here we are. You can't read books. Too triggering. Well, what kind of books are you reading, love? I can definitely make some recommendations that are a bit easier. I would not recommend my own book because it is heavy on the mental health. But shameless self-plug. I have a book. It is in my storefront in my about section. It's the panel that says storefront. But it's very, very heavy when it comes to mental health. Like the very beginning is like sweet, lovey, whatever, and then it gets super fucking heavy, but then it gets very motivational in the end. So it's kind of a roller coaster. But it's a lot. It's very heavy. The movie did not do it justice, and the audiobook is the first thing Will Wheaton has been good in. Wow. Well, don't tell that guy. He's gonna be real upset about that one. But yeah, no, I love the book. I also, my stepdad is the kind of person where it's like, if we're going to watch a series, watch a certain movie, or whatever it may be, you have to read the books first. Like, he came into my life when I was 9, and like I still didn't have any siblings at that point, besides my sister that had just been born. And so like that was our bonding thing, because it was mostly just him and I all the time, because my mom would work or do whatever, and every night we'd read Harry Potter, and then we'd go do that, and then we'd always do something kind of themed for the trilogies and stuff. Like when he introduced me to Star Wars, to Lord of the Rings, we'd do something themed and kind of give me the lore, the background. I'd have to read into it before I could watch the thing. And it was the same thing with Ready Player One. He's like, hey dude, this movie's coming out, do you want to watch it? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. He's like, do you know what it is? And I'm like, yeah, no. Not at all. And he's like, read this fucking book, and would not let me go until I read the book. And he quizzed me on it and everything. Any book, as soon as they start describing someone's physical appearances, I can't read anymore. Wow. That's very interesting. Do you want to elaborate? You don't have to, but the floor is yours if you'd like to. That is very interesting. Not in a bad way. Books can be challenging. Is it just because it's difficult to get into? Because I can understand that. I can guarantee you a good chunk of those books I have not read cover to back, because it's a lot. It really is. And it's very hard for me to get hooked on a fucking book. That rhymed. It really is. And that's why I really like my poetry and stuff, because it's short, it's easy, though it sucks because it ends very quickly. What about on phonics? What do you mean about phonics? Sorry, I'm blonde naturally, so you just gotta bear with me. Things are gonna go over my head. And I give you more power to you, Damon, honestly, for getting into articles and stuff. When it comes to less fantasy-based things and more non-fiction things, it's very difficult for me to read that. So that was my hardest thing when I was in university, was having to read a fucking article. Now, I fucking thrived in my writing classes when it was all like personal, like you can pick the topic, you can pick whatever you want to write about. But when it came to, hey, read this specific article and then give me an essay about it, I fucking hated it. Oh, I get that. Yeah, hey Shaker. I think that's why I have a very acquired taste when it comes to writers. One, because I guess majority of the writers I read don't really describe people in that way, but they're more open and aren't harsh about it in any way, aren't biased about it. I hate, my hair looks very thin over here for some reason. I don't know, it's very poofy. But no, I completely understand that. I don't blame you at all. It's also why, like, I like I'm a big fan of like comedians and stuff too, or just I'm on TikTok all the time, but some of the things I hear people say and how judgmental they can be, like in comedy, it's understandable, you know, like you can make jokes about this, but you can tell a person's views on a certain body type, a certain race, a certain gender, a certain whatever, based off of how they go about it. Yeah, it's really hard to get into something. Oh no, I know what you're talking about. I do, the hooked on phonics stuff. I did that when I was a child. I remember that. And don't you worry, I remember that. Like I said, I'm blonde, so things are gonna go over my fucking head. That's my defense. But yeah, no, I remember that. That makes me fucking feel old. Holy shit. Let me be really really old for a second. Kids my day, or kids nowadays, will never understand what it was like to take out a fucking N64 game, blow on it like you're not supposed to, and put it back in and hope it works, or to put a VHS tape in. Oh my god, I was a demon child growing up, where fucking I used to, as a toddler, I used to stick pretzels in the VCR and break it. And then I would just put random shit in there growing up as a kid, because I was like, oh, a hole. Let me put that in. But I also knew how to pop in the Labyrinth VHS tape. Hard to get into something. I really love true crime and news, so reading articles is really interesting for me. I love... These days were great. Welcome in, hello. You say these days were great. What do you mean by that? But I do like the true crime stuff. Although that's another thing that's like an acquired taste. If it's a basic, bland ass article about something, I'm not into it. When I was doing my criminal justice classes, when I was studying law, or getting into my law degree that I never finished, or pursued, whatchamacallit, I had to read a lot of them, or more so find an article to kind of get the synopsis of and diagnose whatever, because it was more of a psychological perspective, so I had to diagnose the person, you know, figure if it's insanity case, not insanity case, that whole thing. And it would upset me because it's so difficult to work with such a bland article. So I love the ones that really got into the nitty gritty and had all of the information of what was said, what wasn't said. Yeah, that's all we can hope for, Hey Shaker, is that things will just get better. But that's why you find the good people and you stick with them. I mean, hey, I'm here. I have the good views. I have the good ideologies. So feel free to stay. Feel free to follow. Like I've been saying, I will be doing this every Monday night, so we will definitely have these check-ins. But nonetheless, on regular streams too, if I'm playing a game, we can chat too. I'd love to. They said not to blow on it, and yet it fixed it every time. Yep, and the good old Nintendo. Yeah. I mean, my days with N64s were very short-lived, but yeah, I loved it. It was so good. What was the other one? There's something else like that. Oh, another thing that I fucked up so many movies by doing, like, you know, when DVD players were kind of shit when they first came out, and you'd put the DVD in and then be scratched, so you'd have to like fuck with it, rub it, see if it was dirty, and then put it back in. That's also something you're not supposed to do. Maybe I'm the only one that did that, but I'd always take it out, rub it on like a shirt or something, or like blow steam on it and then rub it. You're not supposed to do that either. You're gonna study criminal justice someday soon. Interesting. What specific side of it are you going? Because my take is I was very tempted to get into doing forensic psychology, just for the places I was living. I'd have to get like my whole entire PhD for that, and the thought of going to school for how long is it? A PhD is 6 years plus 6 years, so like 10 to 12 years. I didn't want to, you know, already be later into life and then just barely be starting my career. I wanted to start something now, and that's why I went fully into nursing. Though I'm still debating it. Rubbing bananas onto DVDs to resurface them. I don't think that's a good thing. I mean, fuck, I feel old. All of those are all DVDs. That right there. Yeah. It's inverted, so I'm trying to know where to point. Right there. All DVDs. And then those are Xbox 360 games up there. Real old over here. APOC, are you still around? APOC's our moderator too, so you guys keep in line, you know? I'm not floppy disk age, no. Nope. I'm very close, but I'm not. Use a floppy disk. Found National Treasure and your garage when you were moving on VHS. Holy fuck. I visited my mom recently and I went into their attic. I forgot what I was getting. I think I was getting something out of the attic, and it was a combination of like all of my baby pictures were up there. So I'm like, oh my god, the quality is awful in these, but I was so cute. And then I saw a box that was like, I think labeled miscellaneous. I opened it up and it's all fucking VHS tapes. We got Gremlins in there. We got the fucking Friday the 13th in there. Labyrinth was in there. Drop Dead Fred was in there, which I love all of those. Psychology is your thing. Being a detective is the goal. Wish you luck. I wish you all of the luck. You are obtaining my dream job right there. You really are. That's impressive too, to have the heart to be able to do that. I think that's my other thing is until I get my mental health a little more under wraps, I don't think I could emotionally handle it, because now with my life experiences, I've been on both sides, especially when it comes to like abuse victims and stuff, and it's one thing when you haven't gone through it to be able to, you know, feel for them but not feel it on you. It's still a very heavy feat to carry, but when you've experienced it too, it just makes it so difficult to hear other people dealing with it. And oh my god. But yeah, no, that's a very good thing, and that shows that you have a real drive. But it also reminds me of Hellraiser Judgment, which is a great movie, and I recommend it to all of you that are watching right now. Like, the beginning opening is fucking chef's kiss. It's beautiful. We have the auditor in there, and then fucking the entire scene of the first guy getting punished, and then oh my god, the twist in it is great. But it has all that detective stuff too, and a lot of psychological things, and I love it. I really like psychological movies too. I think my favorite detective-esque ones are old. Is Zodiac, which is great. I fuck with Zodiac. And then what the fuck is it? Hang on, I gotta see. There's Zodiac there. Oh, Seven. Zodiac and Seven are fucking great. Can't get into movies anymore either. It's okay. I get you. I get you. I am also, I haven't really experienced newer movies much at all, unless it's something like a new horror movie comes out, which I'll watch it. Although my heart's getting shattered over here by these new horror movies coming out. Like the Halloween movies, the last two. I forgot what the one was prior. It was like, I don't know, kind of the reunion of everybody, and then there was Halloween Ends, which Halloween Ends would have been such a good fucking movie on its own if it wasn't a part of the series and Michael Myers wasn't in it at all, which realistically he wasn't even fucking in it at all. But if it wasn't attached to the Halloween series, then fantastic fucking movie. But it was, and they ruined it. And then I watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It was awful. But that's pretty much it. I'm very stuck in my ways of, I will rewatch Supernatural, Walking Dead, Charmed, One Tree Hill, Dawson's Creek, all of those on repeat. I think I've seen all of them besides One Tree Hill. I'm watching One Tree Hill for the first time, ironically enough. I think I've seen all of them at least 5 to 6 times over. And that's not accounting for like when I was a kid first watching them. Yeah. the Zodiac Killer. I'm sure there are articles or theories I haven't read around the internet. Jack the Ripper as well. Those things live in my mind rent free. I haven't explored much into Jack the Ripper much at all. Although I want to. When it comes to like the true crime things, I'm more up to date with those. Like whatever new really fucked up killing happens always pops up in my YouTube feed. But no, I haven't explored that much. But yeah, the movie Zodiac kind of touches on it a little bit. You know how like all the Zodiac movies or the ones about the Zodiac Killer are a completely different take because nobody actually fucking knows and it's their own theories, which I find to be great. It's entertaining as all hell. But yeah, I like that version a lot. It's very interesting. It's all the same story over and over again. It really is. It really is. That's the heartbreaking thing with horror is it's either like the long living horror series is like they just ended off the Insidious universe. Fuck them. They fucked it up. It's either they'll end it very quickly like they did with Insidious, like they did with Halloween, just to pop a movie out there and get people to, you know, stop asking for it. And it's awful, or it'll be the same story just in a different house and a different family. Like instead of, oh, this family maybe being brunette with a ghost in their house that wants to kill them, it's now a blonde family that has a ghost in their house and wants to kill them. And yeah, it's the same stuff. Also, the fucking around the holidays, we know how the Hallmark movies come out. The Hallmark movies are all the same, literally the same thing. When I worked at my last facility, all of my residents would love to sit there and watch the Hallmark movies around the holidays. And I'd go into each room. They'd be watching different things, but it pretty much is the same fucking story over and over again. Yeah, The Walking Dead is my shit. That's what we have been streaming is the Telltale games. I'm on season 2 right now. And we're going to do that again tomorrow night. I was supposed to do it tonight, but we're doing this instead because I needed this. But yeah, I play the games too, but The Walking Dead is my shit through and through. I haven't seen all the spin-offs. I've only seen the beginning season of the Negan and Maggie one. I forgot what that one's called. It's something in Manhattan, I think. But I love it. I love Negan. Everybody hates when I say that, but I fucking love Negan so much. So much. Oh, I also watch The Punisher a lot, but that's for self-pleasure because The Punisher is a damn good-looking man. I haven't read the comics either, so I don't blame you, Hey Shaker. A lot of people have said the same thing where it's like too much, or a lot of people dropped off as soon as Glenn died, which, spoiler, I'm sorry if nobody's gotten to that point, but a lot of people dropped off with that. Good thing he's not ugly. Yeah. I mean, I was saying it on the last Walking Dead stream. I honestly think the governor was a lot fucking worse than Negan was, because Negan actually is coming around. And Negan has a history of like, oh, fucked up things happened to his wife. And then he named the bat after his wife. And, you know, he had a shitty life. Although, when they gave the whole backstory of Negan's life before the apocalypse happened, he was kind of a piece of shit. To be honest. Kind of a piece of shit. Oh yeah, the governor's daughter too. That was fucked up. But I still think Negan had more pain than the governor. The governor was just fucking unhinged. Negan at least had rules in place, slight morals, and he's coming around. Like, he's becoming a great person now. Still a dick, but he's getting there. Fuck, marry, kill, Freddy, Jason, Tim, or okay. I think, okay, here's the thing about Jason Voorhees. When I watched Jason versus Freddy, it fucked up. It fucked it up for me. Like, killers and masks, I can fantasize over because I don't know what they look like. But when they showed the childhood version of fucking Jason, it ruined it for me. So we're killing Jason. We're fully killing Jason. I will fuck Freddy Krueger because have you seen his tongue? I'm sorry. And Tim, I guess we will marry you. Or, I mean, Michael Myers. Yeah. But no, Freddy Krueger's long ass tongue. If he can wrap it around somebody's neck like 10 times and hang them with it, you know he can do some work with that shit. Yeah, the governor's daughter's fucked up. Oh, Dead City. Dead City. It is fucking good. I don't think I've seen the Key and Peele version. But yeah, Dead City. I think Dead City's badass as fuck. And they're just getting so much better with, like, their gore factor, their, like, just how badass everything is. Like, the last 2 seasons of The Walking Dead itself, fucking great. Like, amazing, honestly. Especially the last one. Like, it got a little slow when we were at, that new place. I don't remember. It's been a little while since I've seen it. But still very good. And I'm excited for the Rick and Michonne one. But I haven't watched the one with Daryl in France. I think that was one of them. That's why I said, like, in Manhattan, because it's like Daryl in something, I think. I might be completely wrong. I don't know. Hey, Shaker baby, I bet you so much money. I will bet you my entire savings account that you are not ugly, my love. That Daryl show was decent, but you're not a Maggie fan at all? Why don't you like Maggie? And in Paris. That's what it is. Paris is in France, though, so I was close. You see, I haven't watched it, so. But why don't you like Maggie? I know Maggie's kind of a fucking bitch. Kind of a bitch. To be honest. But you gotta understand it. Although I'm kind of at this point, I'm so over her still fucking. I understand Negan killed Glenn, very, very gruesomely, but Herschel's like 15 now. Maybe a little bit younger, but Herschel's like fucking 15 now. It's been 15 fucking years, if I'm right on his age. Like, girl, come on now. I mean, I get it, though. I haven't experienced it, so I wouldn't know how I'd feel if somebody killed my fucking husband while I was pregnant with his kid. But Negan's trying to be helpful in a lot of situations. I just think the Walking Dead universe wants to stick with that resentment, and so they're just flying with it. Because it was also, like, at the end of the actual Walking Dead, she was starting to forgive him, and they kind of made amends a bit, and then they completely took that away again. And I'm like, what? Why? Makes no sense. But okay. I can't do anything about it. As much as I want to. Also, Herschel's a little shit, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Negan's fucking great. Literally, everybody's reaction to Negan doing what he was doing was like, oh, well, fuck this show, I'm done, or fuck Negan, hate Negan. And everybody I've talked to has hated Negan. But I'm like, no, I love him. As soon as he killed Glenn, I was surprised when I first saw it, but I fucking love Negan for it. And he's great. Very, very controversial opinion. Very controversial opinion. Yeah. Although, oh my god. I'm remembering this scene exactly now. I got so happy that Abraham died. Because I never fucking liked him. Abraham was kind of a dick too. I didn't like him that much. And I was like, oh my god, yeah, like, good. Like, they killed somebody that doesn't really matter that much. But no, they had to have that fucking shock factor. And they did it very fucking well. Very well. They made it more realistic. It's kind of like, so with the Telltale games, I don't really remember much anymore, especially in season 2 that we just started the other day, of what happens, but it is almost predictable in the sense of like, oh, I know these people are gonna be bad, or I know a bad thing's gonna happen, because it's just ripping everything away. But the way that The Walking Dead did it when Negan came by. It was so fucking good. And then they fell off a little bit again, and it got repetitive, but Negan is a pragmatic in a world where humans are monsters, and he plays the bigger monster to keep others in line. Exactly. Although, he didn't do a good job at keeping his saviors in line. Like, the saviors, especially, like, his personal men, were fucking awful. Like, if it was just Negan on his own, I feel like things would have been a little bit different. But he let the other guys kind of rule whatever and get away with whatever. But Negan's rules, as fucked up as they are, can be understood. Honestly. I can see where he's coming from. I feel like I said this in the last playthrough of the game, where I was like, I have one of two options here. Like, one, I'm just gonna write as soon as the apocalypse happens. As soon as the apocalypse happens. But then also the other part of that is I feel like I could be a fucking badass, and if I had the amount of resentment and just hate for the world as Negan did, then I could possibly turn into him. I could see it. Which I guess we can kind of delve into that one on, I mean, even without something bad happening to me, I feel like it's one of two ways, where that's kind of another, back to the topic at hand, mental illness thing. This is gonna get fucked up, kids. So when I was 15 is when literally a week before my 15th birthday, I attempted. Right, but that's when the psychosis and dissociations really started setting in for me. So reality was not reality whatsoever. And one thing that worsened it is also when I was 14, I smoked weed with my friends, which if you have mental illness, especially PTSD or anything like that, especially something that like has psycho symptoms to it, don't do drugs. Don't smoke weed. You definitely shouldn't drink because it can push you further detached from your reality, even when you're sober again. And it sticks with you, because what fronts when you're drunk or high or whatever is your subconscious, and your subconscious holds on to everything. So you're basically opening up that subconscious, dissociating the fuck out of everything, because reality is not reality because you're drunk or high. And it's just getting swallowed in there, and it sticks with you. It does. And it really was messing with my mental health. But along those lines, and the Negan lines, is I was getting such like weird fucked up thoughts where I was like, you know, what if in another life, or what if, you know, I didn't have such morals? Like, the way I'm feeling in this situation, in this reality of mine, is that, you know, if I couldn't hold those morals, I could end up being a murderer or something like that. And that's kind of what pushed me to have my attempt, was like, I feel like a fucked up human being. Like, I don't like these sick thoughts. I don't like these intrusive thoughts, or even the fact that, you know, one wrong thing, one wrong move, and I could turn into an awful human being like that. And I thought that was my entire reality at that point. So I tried stopping that from being a thing. Now, obviously, I don't plan on killing anybody. I'm not a murderer. But, yeah. I would definitely see it through. How else are you gonna get to Valhalla? I'm into that survival shit anyway. A country boy can survive. And definitely don't do psychedelics. I've never done psychedelics, and I never will. I did trip sit for, like, when I was 14, I trip sat for a group of my friends and one of my older cousins. They were all, like, 4 years older than me, because they did acid one night. And so that was interesting. They all had a different reaction to the acid, too. And that was the most interesting thing to watch, and kind of what got me more interested in psychology. Was so my friend Jacob, he's a very, very artistic, like out there, outgoing kind of person, but very, very artistic. And his entire trip was just, he thought everybody had like glowing auras and rainbows around them, and he was seeing colors and like having the best time of his life because he thought everything was so beautiful. And he kept telling me I looked like a goddess the entire time. He's like, Aspen, like, oh my god, like, you look like a goddess, you're so beautiful, and this aura around you, oh my god. And he kept trying to like touch the aura, and it was great. My cousin and her friend were well seasoned. They did all of the drugs all of the time, so they kind of were just normal to it. My friend Alex, he was always so weird whenever we even just smoked weed, but when they did acid, he was tripping out, and I forgot his entire thing. He kind of just like shut down and was in deep thought, and then he ended up going to the kitchen because he wanted to eat something and wanted ice cream, but he ended up just cowering in the corner because he thought there was a dragon in front of the fridge. And midway through this night, I hear my name being yelled, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? It's Alex, my cousin, and my cousin's friend all sitting in the kitchen in the corner, huddled together, kind of like cuddling each other and holding each other, being like, you got to kill the dragon. Like, the dragon won't let us go there. I just want to get ice cream, but the dragon's right there. Like, Alex ended up like pushing this onto other people, which that was another thing that Alex did whenever he was high. He'd be like, hey Aspen, like, you hear that noise going on? What's that noise? And there'd be no fucking noise, but he starts saying it so much that if you're equally as high, you start tripping out with him. And yeah, he ended up dragging them into it. And then lastly, our friend Garrett, and I say names because none of them are in my life or anymore, so it's okay. And also, I've told the story so many times, I don't think they'd mind. Garrett is a schizophrenic, so definitely was not a good idea for him to fucking drop acid. But he ended up in Jacob's bedroom because we were doing it at Jacob's house, and was also equally as like cowered in the corner of Jacob's bed and looking at the walls, and he was freaking out, telling me that the walls were melting, everything was black and white, he was seeing people everywhere in the room, and yelling at me to like watch my step because I was gonna step on somebody's foot or something, and he was losing it. So yeah, definitely a very interesting experience, and because of that, I will not do it ever, because I feel like something more intense than alcohol or weed would push me past a point where I could retrieve myself. Like, the last time I smoked weed, like, I haven't done it consistently since I was like 14, but I did it a year ago with my tattoo artist. I took like 2 hits because he was like, like, it'll calm you down, don't worry. And I was like, yeah, whatever, cool. So yeah, I did that, and I was not having a good time, but there I was able to kind of keep myself still in reality a little bit. But I feel like a heavy psychedelic, I wouldn't be able to. You're gonna do some Iron Banner? Okay. Well, goodbye, APOC. See you later. That makes me want to do fucking Iron Banner too. Anyway, long story done. I'm not too sure how much longer we're gonna be doing this. So any other questions or anything, do get them out, because we might boogie soon. Little bit. Oh, it's dead. It's okay, I have another one. Let me see. I think everybody is mostly left. Young men need to be told about the recent link between heavy chronic weed use in adolescence and the increased risk to be diagnosed with psychosis later in life. Yes. That was the thing with that friend Jacob that I mentioned in that story too, is like I got intensive, like I already had psychosis symptoms and dissociative symptoms, but it amped it up so much. But he ended up developing more of a like dissociative disorder for a little while, and it was very difficult for him, and he had to have some intensive therapy after that, because I smoked weed like almost every single day, but Jacob would do it from like sunrise to evening, and that was his entire everyday situation. And then like his mom even made us like pop brownies and stuff, so he was always just having weed around him and constantly using it, and that whole thing. I think he stopped for like a couple of months for his ex-boyfriend at the time, because his ex didn't like us smoking weed. But yeah, no, it was really intense. But it's the thing, I like kind of more on the subconscious thing, is your subconscious comes out in those situations, and it's very difficult not to hold on to things. That's why I also say, if you're depressed, if you're upset about something, and using alcohol, whatever, to go out, have fun, have a good time, or even using it as a crutch in a way, it's never a good idea at all whatsoever. Never a good idea to do that, because you're already upset, and now you're opening up your subconscious to hold on to all of that upset, and it's just going to stick with you. And then also, at least in my experience and some of my friends, is the next time you get drunk or you get high, then you just feel it all over again. Welcome in, Michaela. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We're just doing some chatting, so feel free to send questions and whatever. We're kind of floating around mental health, but we're also doing side quest questions as well. You were a counselor for severe and persistent mental illness in locked facilities for a few years. Okay, so yeah, you definitely understand it then. Like I was saying earlier, I wanted to pursue the psychology side of things, but I don't think I could stomach it. My thing in life, in a lot of situations when I meet people, is trying to... That hiccup was suspiciously psychotic. Well, thank you. That's the goal. Like, a lot of my thing is, like, trying to understand people and why they say the things they do. They say the things they say, work the way they do the things they do, and have reactions the way they do. And I'm getting hot. Bear with me. I'm covered. We're good. And that alone, trying to just understand somebody else's thought process, especially if it's a situation like, a shitty relationship or a shitty friendship or whatever, it really fucks with me. And those are simpler things. So then you put somebody in front of me that, may be a murderer, may have done some fucked up things, maybe further down the line without being diagnosed and medicated than what I've experienced, and beginning to try and delve into that, it's definitely, you have to have a certain heart for that. So more props to you. You're psychotic, by the way. What do you mean by that? I mean, this is the mental health show, so by all means. By all means. I'm very happy that we have so many new people tonight, so thank you guys. Whoever is still around. Because I know we're losing some people and we're gaining them again, and then we're getting new people like Michaela. Just make sure you guys are following, because like I said, this will be a consistent thing now. And we're here for the stories, we're here for the check-in, we're here for the whatever. Sometimes I'll probably do more like specified episodes of like, oh, here's a certain story, or here's a certain topic, or whatever it may be. But also I'm open to just conversating as well. You read an interesting article the other day that boiled down to, because the neuron cannot transduce a signal on its own without stimulus, that means free will is impossible. Huh. I don't... That is quite interesting. But then I guess it leads the philosophical question of, okay, well then who's controlling me if it's not me? Because if it was me, then wouldn't that be autonomy? But yeah, side quest questions and thingies. Like, it's what I refer to everything as, is just side quests. There we go. Now it's more poofy on both sides. I don't know how I feel about that. Whatever. We're gonna deal with it. It doesn't preclude the notion that everything is random as opposed to controlled. Huh. If we want to touch back to kind of on the topic of Hay Shaker's question of do I believe in an afterlife, that's another thing that kind of tickles my mind, kind of in succession with their comment and yours now, where it's like this universal sign for things to happen, like things are meant to happen, the deja vu thing, which the deja vu thing fucks with me, because some people believe in a spiritual sense it's right place, right time. Other people believe it's, you know, psychologically your mind is remembering a certain feeling or alerting you to something that's going on. There's a bunch of different takes on it, but yeah, that whole thing of, well, what if there is like a spiritual guidance, or however we want to put it, that's kind of driving that, which makes it even less autonomous, I guess. The Mandela effect, fucks with me. It really does, because it's that's the thing that like I struggle with, is I ask so many questions. Like, I feel like I always need the answer to something. Like whatever's in my life, I want the answer already. But like open-ended things like that, like, oh, what if there is an afterlife? What if there is reincarnation? What if there is this ulterior thing driving whatever? It's like an unanswered thing. Like, you can't have an answer to it until you're dead, or until, you know, whatever, and then who are you going to tell? You can, honestly though, I am dyslexic, so you can spell things wrong, and I'm gonna think it's the right thing. Somebody the other day, I was talking to a guy on a dating app, and he meant to spell roof, like the roof of a house, but he said rough, and he's like, oh shit, I'm so sorry, I'm tired. And I read it like it was the roof of a house, and I was like, you spelt it wrong. Like, you spelt it so wrong in a completely different word, but I thought it was the right word. And yeah, so you're good. You're a psycho/sociopath. Okay. Do you want to talk about that if you're comfortable? I can't say that I have met anybody that has that diagnosed, but I am quite interested. If you want to share anything about it, you definitely don't have to. And it also seems like a new friend. I'm gonna butcher your name. I called you Monarch earlier, but I didn't mean to. Anyway, new friend has some background in it too, so I'm very interested, and I'm sure they may be interested as well. I forgot precisely what the discrepancy is between sociopath and psychopath. Isn't socio more disconnected from emotions? I know psychopath is kind of a like harsh terminology, but it is a clinical thing. I know that. But there's a certain discrepancy. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're just chatting. We're kind of back on the topic of mental health, so feel free to ask questions for me, to anybody in chat. My muscles are slightly popping right now. And anything else in between. You're realizing more and more that you matter. That took a long time. That is very good to know. My note to that, one thing that I preach to everybody that is important and very difficult to hold on to, is the notion that at the end of the day, you matter the most. At the end of the day, all you have is you. So you need to make sure that you are right as fucking rain, and are taking care of yourself first. And, you know, not prioritizing others over yourself, other things over yourself, and making sure that you feel right within yourself and you can love yourself in that way first. Tim said, I don't think the no free will argument can really be made, because if I do something to prove it wrong, you'd say it's because X, and if I don't, it's because X. I think choice and accountability is where we should put our chips. I do agree with that. I know it on the mental health spectrum though, or on that topic, it's whatchamacallit? Like what I was kind of saying at the beginning is, you know, I very much know, like I preach a lot about like, oh, you know, prioritize these things, do these things this way, Not in like a, you know, bitchy way, controlling way, but like being very proverbial and very smart, very matured. And then I get in these situations where, like the story about the other night, where I was in an emotional place as much as I shouldn't have been because I was drinking and I was completely vulnerable. That went out the window. And instead of it being me, you know, conscientious me, being able to be smart about it and whatever, the lowered inhibitions kind of took the reins for me. So the mental health aspect kind of plays into it a teensy bit. Sociopaths lack empathy, psychopaths lack empathy and sympathy. Okay. That makes sense. Michaela says, I know it's cliche, but I do have thoughts of hurting people at times. We were just talking about that a little bit ago. Where back when I was younger and had my attempt and was super deep, and the psychosis episode I was having, you know, I had that thought of, well, if I was less in control of myself, maybe I could too. So I'm more than open with that. Go ahead and speak your truth. Kraken says, recently I think I possibly lost an online friend after almost 5 years of talking every day. I'm sad as hell. She was a really good friend. It really hurts. I met her in stream from a Twitch chat. Been talking on Snapchat for a long time, and recently there was a post in the message showing a slideshow and saying RIP her name. Holy shit. And that she had passed. Now her account is gone, and I only had her Discord, but it's pretty damn sad trying to grieve for 2 days now. Okay, that's a very, very fresh wound. I want to say I understand, but I don't. I haven't had to deal with losing somebody because they passed away. I've lost plenty of people in my life, and it's been a grieving process, and that alone. But I can only imagine. My heart goes out to you. It really does. If you do need anybody to talk to, there is in the Twitch bio a link to my Discord server, and I have a general chat, which is basically where everybody talks right now. But if you do want to have a like one-on-one thing, I'm gonna be making secret rooms and stuff too. So it's invalid. Let me see. Invalid. I'm gonna edit the panel and see. Does it work now? Oh, why is the one in bio invalid? Let me look at the bio then, because that's interesting. Okay, yeah, definitely refer to the panels for most of everything, because I recently did those. Can you fucking let me do this, please? Settings, channel, bio, Discord link. Okay, I will add a new Discord link to the straight up links. So we'll be good. Gotta open it. But yeah, for anybody else here too, join the server. Right now there's set rules in the server where it's, you know, broad spectrum of don't harass people, don't you know, make anybody feel uncomfortable, blah blah blah. But then it's also, you know, don't DM owners or mods without them DMing you first. But I will be making secret rooms and whatnot, so we can tag in. We can even do voice calls if you want. Yeah, so whatever you guys are comfortable with, I'm open to suggestions too. If there's any requests, anything like that, definitely shoot it my way. I'm fixing the link right now. Oop. Copy the link. Put the link down. Alright, hopefully that will be a bit better. But definitely refer to the panels mostly. Okay, I'm back then. We can conversate more. I'm gonna go to my channel. Thank you. Alright, awesome, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Well, I mean, all the props to you for recognizing that as well. I think that's the biggest thing, is recognizing like, oh, these aren't typical thoughts or not normal for me, and they're passing through and whatnot. It's very good. It takes a lot of strength to do that, so all the power to you, honestly. Like I said, also, I don't know too much about it, so I don't want to go beyond that boundary and speak on it too much for you, but I'm very open to hearing about it. I just blew that right in your guys' face. I think let me actually open a Google tab. We're gonna have all this fucking Jesus light. Ask you anything about it. I don't even know where to start when it comes to questions. I mean, I guess a basic one. Does it? I mean, I know it definitely like kind of restricts your life a little, like not a little bit, but it restricts your life in ways. But is there any like significant change that you have felt in your life since the diagnosis? Like maybe something more clarifying, or things that you can't do anymore, or anything like that. And I think another thing, fucking hell. Type, please. Okay, yeah, I was right. The other one too I was mentioning earlier, you aren't able to buy firearms. Well, that is understandable. Is it like actually like you're restricted, it's on some sort of like license, or will show up when they pull up your license? But another one I was getting to when APOC asked the question earlier of what diagnoses do I have, which ones do I think I might have. Another one that's been brought up a little bit is schizoaffective. Though that's kind of been debunked back to just the PTSD thing, because I also used to experience like hearing things and feeling like not seeing people, but feeling like there's somebody in my house with me. Like there is a very, very vivid moment that I remember very clearly. Like I said, very vivid. Why am I? Anyway, of my old apartment I shared with my old roommate, where I was asleep. It was the middle of the night, and like dead asleep. I'm dreaming, and then all of a sudden I hear like the old not necessarily like a bike bell, like a bicycle bell, but like the ones in like the hotels. Like perfect example that comes to my mind is the Bury Me music video by 30 Seconds to Mars. Fucking beautiful. I love Jared Leto so fucking much, and I might go see him later this year or next year. Whatchamacallit, like that classic bell. I heard that so fucking loud in my ear, and I woke up, and it felt like there was somebody in the room with me, and I was like, ghosts. But it very well could have been a hallucination of sorts. You don't know about that, but I was told to never try. That does make sense. I know, whatchamacallit, I don't know where you live necessarily, but I know at least in the US, that's where I live, cops are very, very strict about that, and you can get some hefty criminal charges if you do that. Okay. Yeah. It's the same with my ex too. My ex is he is never ever ever allowed again to buy firearms, but that's also because of abusive history, obviously, but then mental health playing into it as well. He can't. And I know the database that they look at is pretty extensive if somebody were to put your name in there. So pretty much, unless you're going to go to, not that I'm encouraging this, unless you're going to like some sort of back alleyway fucking transaction to get a gun, then they'll know by pulling it up typically. But we don't need guns. We have stabbies. Kidding, I don't condone that either. But I do have some knives. I used to like collecting knives. Like I have a Karambit that's like chrome, and it's really cool. I like ones that resemble like video game knives. I'm not here like, knives. But video game knives are fucking cool. You like knives too? They're expensive as fuck though for the good ones. Really expensive. Although, in Connecticut, where I used to live, there's a mall there with this crystal store. Like they're a crystal store, but then also sell Magic the Gathering cards and also sell knives and fucking swords. They have a long range of things. And there I got a Batman knife that was double-sided, so it's basically like you flick out one side, you flick out the other, and it's like a double-sided blade, and it has the Batman symbol in the middle, and I think it's so fucking cool. I don't even know where it is anymore, but yeah. Yep. What are we looking at for time? 2.5 hours. You guys have been keeping me busy. Thank you, everybody that is still here, new here, whatever. If anybody's just watching, you guys have been entertaining me for the night, and I do appreciate it. I needed this wholeheartedly. I'm trying to think of other things to say. Is there anything, if anybody's thinking of anything else to ask or say, by all means, but is there anything that you guys would like to be implemented into these stream sessions, like, you know, the talking ones and the mental health ones, or just general streams and stuff? I'm still learning. I'm a baby at this, obviously. So any suggestions or anything, shoot them my way. APOC's helping me a ton, because my friend APOC, he was a mod, you guys saw him earlier, and my friend Wolf are both very tech savvy, have done the stream thing before, so they're helping a bit. But any requests, any at all, I am very open to. I think I'm going to, for the gaming streams, set up a bit system, so then we can do, you know, when it comes down to like the horror games or the spookier things, make it more fun with the bits. I follow this one guy on TikTok, I don't remember his name, but he's a streamer as well, and his whole notion is playing a scary playing a scary game, but my followers make it a comedy. And with the bit system, like the viewers will just do like perfectly timed noises, memes, whatever, and it's fucking great. So I'd love to implement something like that. And I know I mentioned it very earlier, but you guys can see all the boys now. Kind of. Like I said, there's still gaps because I'm still finishing it. But I'm just waiting to find a new artist. And also, I know a lot of artists don't like touching other people's art. You know how to hide the lack of empathy easily. Well, that's good. I know that's probably extra difficult, though, to act more empathetic when you have a disconnect to it. Over the years you've learned. How, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you had this diagnosis, and how early in your life, like, you don't have to say a specific age, but like, you know, like early childhood, teenagehood, adulthood, when were you diagnosed? So I know one thing I was mentioning earlier is, you know, me growing up, mental illness, mental help, therapy wasn't really a thing. Also, especially not where I grew up. I grew up in the middle of fucking nowhere, so yeah. Socially, it was frowned upon if you had to see a therapist as well, let alone the accessibility. But yeah, I live in a very lived in a very right-sided political stance. So kind of along the lines of mental illness and whatnot is kind of fake, and if you're depressed or having ill thoughts in any way, then you're fucked up, and it was frowned upon. So it's very difficult. And now as an adult, I'm finally doing it. Okay, well, that's good. That's very good. So you've definitely had time to work with it. Are your parents supportive? I'd hope so. As long as you have a good support system. But like I said too, Discord if you need anything. Also, general to everybody that's here, when it comes to the server or anything, if you have any questions, there's an FAQ section and a suggestion section and all of that to make it structured. But if you have any questions or need somebody to talk to real quick or whatever, you can just @owner and I'll pop up, or @morbid sediments, and when I see it, I'll definitely pop in. I'm here. I will say soon my life will be a bit busier with my new job, because I am starting at my new clinic soon. And luckily for me, I will have 3 days off a week, but also with that, I will be working about 10 to 11 hours a day. So very long days, and I won't be home until about 6:37 at night. But I'm a night owl, so I will be up anyway. Also, thank you to everybody who has followed tonight. It seems like this was actually a great idea for everybody involved. Like I said at the very beginning, I started this because I had a huge, as they say, coming to Jesus moment. I don't believe in that shit. I respect religions and stuff, just I can't. I kind of, when it comes to like witchcrafty things, or Christianity, even I was growing up French Catholic, but it never stuck because my mom's very not religious. It was more so my great grandparents are my great grandfather came from France into Canada into the US, so that whole thing, I was raised more French Catholic when I was super little, and lived with them, but my mom doesn't like it, so it was lost on me. But now with I've had a lot of mother-in-laws that were very, very, very religious and not in the right ways. More in the, I use my faith to excuse all of my errors in life and don't admit to my faults because God has a will and God has a way and God will forgive me, which I think is completely ass backwards from the whole entire intent of, religion. Completely ass backwards, and I can fucking go on about that forever. I also had a mother-in-law, not married mother-in-law. The only married mother-in-law was the Christian one. But a guy I was dating, his mother was pagan and super duper deep into the witchcrafty things, which I found very interesting because I do like the occulty stuff and whatnot. Yeah, sweet love of mother-in-laws. When I'm done rambling, I'll read, don't worry. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just trying to fill the space. But yeah, she was very, very pagan and very much pushed that on me a lot, but more in the threatening way of, if you fuck up, baby girl, I will ruin your life. And I had a freak accident in my first ever car. I had a 2005 Cavalier Coupe. Fucking loved it. It was like a sports car. I have another Cavalier because I fucking love them, and based off of this event, I know I'm safe in it and I would trust my kids in it. But I like modding cars, especially older cars, so that's the plan with this Cavalier. But anyway, I had a freak accident where when I was driving and ended up going up a guardrail and flipped my car, which was fucking crazy, super crazy. And then I was in their area at the time, because I was just leaving their house to go back to my house, which was like an hour and a half away. And I was like 17 when this happened. I was so young. And I had to go stay at their house for a little bit until, you know, one of my parents can come pick me up or whatever it may be. And the second that I come through the door, she's like, yeah, I did that. That's because, you know, you did XYZ and I used the spirits and everything. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then with my most recent ex, there was another, like, not mother-in-law situation, just he was friends with somebody that had a crazy mother that was also playing faith, in the sense of, well, I practice witchcraft, and you know what, I'm gonna curse your partner and I'm gonna fuck up her life if you don't do this for me. And I just I hate it when people use religion for the wrong reasons. But anyway, to the comments. Not really, but you're fine with it. Well, that I can go on a whole ramble about again, I'm not a mother, so I can't really speak on it. I'm a cat mom. But that's not a human being, obviously. But with my history in childcare and nannying and psychology and that whole thing, now it's not that extensive, clearly, because I don't know everything. But I studied a lot of child development, teenage development, adult development, and it really pisses me off to see a parent not supportive, especially when it comes to things like that, like mental illness, or even anything a part of the LGBTQIA plus community. Just not simply being supportive, because at the end of the day, if you're not supportive towards people experiencing those things in your life, or coming forward with that to let you know, let you in, you're just shitting on their trust, and it's a whole thing. Now, I can't speak on your parents. Obviously, I don't know them. I don't know anything about them. But I just find it so annoying and tedious when people can't just be accepting. I know it's a lot to take in, it really is, but you gotta love your people. Jesus isn't dead, but I'll get that bastard someday. He's fucking walking on water and making us all this wine, so if you can keep him around for a bit. Kidding. That's also another revelation I had with the drinking last night, is with mental illness, especially mine, I don't think it's a good fit for me to, at least not for like a good long while, until I'm, you know, properly going through the steps of therapy. And I think my biggest thing is I have to go back into my childhood and unlock all of that shit that is gone out of my mind, and work through it, because it's gonna tear me all the way down, right? I've done a lot of work in the past couple weeks of tearing myself down to my bare bones, but there's only so much that I can do, because I'm me. I need somebody professional to really tear it down while we rebuild it. And until then, until I've been on meds for a decent while, I don't feel comfortable drinking. Just because my inhibitions are gone and I can't really do too much. Like, yeah, you're still in control of what you're doing when you're drunk, but it's a lot more difficult for sure. But I do like wine. You also have bipolar, CPTSD, anxiety, autism, ADHD, PTSD. Fuck. I don't say fucking like, oh, that's crazy. I say that's a lot for you to take on, especially you know, having that pretty much be your reality your entire life. And I'm sure it's probably still developing and you're still learning and whatnot, or at least still learning more about yourself in that sense. And that's a lot, because you're basically learning a new person right in front of you, although it's yourself. It's very hard. It's kind of like the same thing when another thing we can talk about on another stream is my health right now is not the best whatsoever. The current thing is I have some cysts and stuff in my neck that have to get cut out and tested and that whole thing. And, you know, it's all the possibilities of, oh, it could be cancerous, it could be this, it could be that. I know I have an autoimmune disorder as well. And just coming to terms with that is difficult. So coming to terms with anything that is basically putting yourself into perspective all over again and learning something about yourself that is that intense it's a lot. It really is. And that's what's kind of scary about me going further with the mental health help that I need. is part of me doesn't know if I want to learn that yet or ever, but you have to at the end of the day. And that's just following the suit with, you got to put yourself first and you got to take care of yourself. Make sure you're good and you can hold that love for yourself and understand yourself, because if you don't understand you, then nobody can, you know? Your parents see you as a lost cause. Where do you fucking live? Because I have some words. I'll adopt you. Hands down, I will fucking adopt you. But that is the worst kind of support system. The worst kind of support system. But I very much believe in the fact of blood, in fact, is not thicker than water. And the family that you create is your real family. I mean, you're spawned in this world with random ass fucking people. Like, it's literally like rolling dice with who you get stuck with. Now, if we want to take that in like a spiritual sense, then, oh, maybe the universe had this certain thing, or maybe you're coming to each other's lives again because reincarnation, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, that is the shittiest thing. And I'm gonna fuck up your parents. So much. Because I don't understand how you can look at your, like, anybody, but especially your family, and just think that. But I can guarantee that come a few years down the line, when you are doing okay on your own and no longer feeding into them, they'll realize. They may take a narcissistic approach, they may deny it, or they could do the right thing and be like, we fucked up. But you can't predict that right now. And I'm so sorry. Which, that also is another ramble I can go on, is how people approach things and think about things. Like, do I take a narcissistic approach? Do I deny it? Do I basically say fuck off to this person and never try and reconcile anything that I did? Or do I realize my wrongs and then try to right them? But more times than not, I'm seeing, especially in today's day and age, when it's even easier just to drop out of people's lives, that people are taking the lateral or the first options of not addressing it and acting like nothing happened. And that's what messes with me the most, is, you know how people all the time are like, oh, I was born in the wrong generation and da 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 da. I feel like it's so true, because I can't get behind this culture of just dropping people and blocking people or whatever it may be. And I'm sure it was the same way back, but I feel like it was a bit harder to do that. Especially, like, hypothetically, let's say, in the time frame of, you know, when phones weren't really a thing. Like, in the 80s, like, yeah, you had a house phone, but, like, it wasn't really like, oh, I have an iPhone, right? I can just pick this up, text somebody, call somebody, and do all of it through there. It was, you were kind of pushed more to be more social physically in person than you are now. And it's all through phones. It's handy. I'm not one of those that's like, fuck technology. I fucking love it. I'm decked out. I got this computer set up. I have phone. I have a watch. I love my TikTok. It's very accessible, and it makes it a lot easier to connect with people far away, like you guys. But it also makes it difficult to have a proper connection with people sometimes, or have a proper goodbye, or, you know. And also, one TikTok I did see the other day was somebody going on about how, you know, nowadays with that, it's a little bit different and harder for people to have a proper romantic connection sometimes, because especially the younger people, I'd say like teenagers, early 20s, it's, oh, you could be in a relationship and think that they're the world and they have all these qualities that are perfect to you and whatever, but then you go scrolling on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and you see somebody that is more attractive that does this certain thing or that certain thing, and then you're playing the field, you know. And it makes it tricky in that regard too, which, again, it's a virtue, it's a blessing and a curse, where it's a great thing because you can connect with people, but then it's also not a great thing because it disconnects you from your current reality. Anyway, you given up on school at least like 4 times in the last year and almost 4 months. Can I ask why? And I will say I won't blame you. Um, Earlier in this stream session, we were on about my history of school and stuff too, where I kind of dropped off, but that was more so because I was done with school because I moved so much, and I was really sick and tired of my credits not transferring and having to redo things, and I also just ended up not liking being around people at the time, so I gave up on school. But what's your reasoning, love? Definitely not the same, but yeah. I call it a picture or an attachment. What is the attachment? Oh, I don't think APOC is still here unless he's lingering. But APOC, our moderator, um, sent me a picture of his dog and said, "Oh, they're listening in to the stream." Short answer is trauma. I understand that. Well, especially with your diagnosis, it's got to be very difficult to be in that environment. I think a lot of school systems, especially in the U.S., are very, very poorly set up and not regulated properly. Whether that be the teachers, they're kind of, it's like, oh, hey, you're a teacher for the school, awesome, great, you run your own course, you make your own lesson plans, you can teach the kids however you want, you can have whatever punishments you want, that whole thing. In the reins are too loose there, and also they're not educated on mental health, which I think is the biggest fucking thing. I don't understand why more people aren't being educated, but especially like school systems like that. Why aren't teachers required to know about those things to at least understand? But then there's fucking kids. You can't predict what one person's gonna do from the next, and there's drama and it's bullshit and blah. And then just people. I tonight went out to go. I have to get like business casual clothes for work, and like just me being out around a bunch of people, it fucked with me so much. I have the kind of like I guess anxiety or whatever, where if I'm in a store, if I'm around a crowd of people, I could just be standing outside and the noises would be too much for me. I have to be playing music. I'm slowly losing my voice. I've been screaming to Linkin Park all fucking morning, so the voice has been slowly going. I do have tea that I need to drink. But yeah, I need something or else I will fly off. Which I think the counselor I had was kind of relaying that to the PTSD, where it's like it's how I regulate so I don't slip into an episode, because my episodes, when I slip into them, is I'm not there, I'm just hearing the voices, feeling the touches, and feeling like I'm back in that environment. So being around people, especially different energies, because one of my other symptoms is I feel people in a way. Like I kind of have those alarm bells where if like my mind recognizes that somebody doesn't feel safe, I could not even like talk to that person or know that person, but like if my body even gets the slightest inkling that something's not safe, I'm slipping. So yeah, it's how I regulate, especially in new environments. RIP. What are you saying RIP to? Especially trauma from almost a year and 4 months ago. Are you working with a therapist by any chance? Because that's one thing I've been realizing very quickly is grieving is very much not linear whatsoever. Oh, fuck yeah, Linkin Park. Chester Bennington was my boy. Linkin Park has always been like my band growing up since I was a fetus. Oh my god. Yeah. When Chester Bennington died, I was like in doing a project for school. I forgot what grade I was in. I might have honestly been doing college classes. I don't remember. But it was something where we had a teacher's aide come in and he was learning how to teach and that whole thing. And he was like, oh, okay, class, pick somebody who has significantly impacted the lives of other people. It could be like an actual historical figure, it could be like a president, it could be whatever. And Chester Bennington had just fucking died. So I'm like, I'm doing Chester Bennington, hands down. And I called over the teacher's aide, and he was super young, like he was a baby, like he had to have just entered college. So he was a baby too, and he was like, you like Linkin Park? I'm like, yeah. And then we just sat there and we bonded over it the entire time. And I made a 19 slide PowerPoint about it. And then in the background, I was playing One More Light from their most recent album right before he died. And fuck. Although I will say the 20th anniversary album that they just released, fucking beautiful. Like, I don't really like the live recordings, but I love like Fighting Myself, Lost, Healing Foot, something else. There's another one in there. Starts with a W, I want to say. But they're all very fucking good. Very fucking good. You aren't what? You're not in therapy. Is it because your parents don't want you in therapy, or you do not want to be in therapy? Yours is brand new. I never got majorly into them. I think I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check right now. I think I have some saved, but don't quote me on that. I have like one specific overarching metal album playlist. Fucking shit. I don't. Where are your parents? Because Aspen's getting angry. A waste of their time. I'm sorry, love. Even if my kid just had depression, I would want them in therapy. But you have an array of diagnoses here. PTSD is a huge one that you need to be in therapy for to be able to regulate and learn about that. But especially the sociopathic diagnosis, that is huge. And I'm not saying that like you're an awful person for having that. That one, that's not in your control. Two, that doesn't make you an awful person at all. But it's something that you would benefit so significantly from that. And them not getting you in therapy can just set up for, ideations and things to worsen and whatnot. I hope you're getting medicated. That's borderline neglect. It really is. Like I said, I'm not a mom to a human, so I can't really speak that much, but that is depriving you of your basic needs right there, because mental health help is healthcare. It's a basic need. Putting all the pressure on you guys now. So it says we have 6 people in here, which thank you guys for being here. But the pressure's on you guys to conversate. Give me stuff to get mad about or rant about or talk about. I hope I'm being entertaining though. It's because I wouldn't open up fast enough. The fuck? With mine, I know it's gonna take. It's gonna take years. It really is, because I have years to work on, and it's even more difficult when you have years of trauma or mental illness built up to, open up and work through that. Like, let's say you had one traumatic event that happened on one day, like something really fucked up happened one day. That one day is at the very least taking you like a month to work through, because therapy sessions are only about an hour long. You have to introduce yourself to that person and have them get to know you, and then go through the trauma and why in each specific detail. like, yeah, it's gonna take a while, but it is important. It's so fucking important. Sorry, I was running to the grocery store and cooking, but I'm back now. Oh, no worries, no pressure, no pressure. I appreciate you keeping me on while you do it. What are we cooking tonight? That's the question. It is, I don't know what time it is there for you, but it is 10 o'clock at night for me, and I should probably make dinner after this. But, do you have a plan to take over the world? If not, do you think you would accomplish it? If not, how do you think you would accomplish words? Not really to take over the world, but I've always had the deep fucking desire for Twitch, for example, to take off and have a community of people, because that's also on the same topic. I'm a very social person and a very like eccentric person in that way, so having people there that are, especially if it's consistent viewers or whatever, it makes me feel alive doing so. So yeah, that would be one thing, is just to maybe hypothetically blow up on Twitch or slowly build a community over time, which we're doing damn good tonight. We're doing very damn good tonight. And whatchamacallit, I think the only other thing is I do really want to get into racing or car modifications a little bit, because I'm really into that stuff. Now I know more about cars than the average person does, for sure, especially because I worked for a dealership and did all of that, and I do my own car work. Not like extreme things, but oil, battery, tires. Can you not? Hang on, I'm trying to plug something in. That was a bad angle. Anyway, yeah, so I'd like to get into that. You become so famous that you just tell people you are the ruler of the world. What do you mean, what's the circle that you turn in the driver's seat? I'm so confused. Oh, the steering wheel? Oh, so the shrimp scampi sounds fucking delicious. I need to go grocery shopping, because literally all I have is some frozen chicken titties and rice. And I do have stuff to make wraps for like ham wraps, but I need to go grocery shopping. Damn it, you do know about cars. I do. You thought you had me. Although I still haven't found blinker fluid. I think somebody's fucking with me. That's a joke, by the way. It's a joke. Ow. I fucking hate metal straws. Save the turtles and all, but that fucking hurt. I did it again! I'm gonna hold the straw. I'm embarrassing myself. Morbid can't fucking drink out of a straw, apparently. It's fine. But, yes, to Michaela Lemon, I'll adopt you. Now, I don't have good medical insurance, so we're gonna have to figure out how to fucking pay for that, but I'll adopt you. My name was Asterisks. What do you mean? I think you're missing a couple of letters, completely different letters, and you have a couple too many. So I mean, it's close enough. I also get ass pencils. Yeah, you're so close, so close. Yeah, ass pencils is one of them. Darling is my favorite nickname that people call me. Makes me fucking melt when people call me darling. I also get the all-powerful, no, I'm kidding. All-powerful god from below. Well, I will say too, other, like, on a serious note, my only other nickname is when I'm doing Destiny primarily, or Xbox games, Sky, because my gamer tag on Xbox is Sky Cookies. Completely fucking unrelated, but yeah, I'm okay with it. I hope you understand, I've already adopted you from afar. Like, emotionally, you're adopted. You're my child now. I'm taking you in. Is that sarcastic or is that your rage coming out, referring to Darling? No, I'm being so serious. Like, on a complete serious note, being called Darling makes me fucking melt. It's the one nickname that anybody can call me Darling, and I'm God. You know, it makes me feel so fuzzy. Are you leaving us, Tim? It's been light and playful while somehow super fucking heavy, but overall enjoyable. Sweet Hangs looks forward to the next. Well, I definitely look forward to talking to you again too. Oh, here's Kylo for you guys, my cat. I will be streaming tomorrow night. If you're still here, Tim, I will be streaming tomorrow night, starting 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, and we'll be doing The Walking Dead. So do please join. Thank you for being here. It's very nice talking to you. Good to know. Use it wisely. Use it very wisely. I mean, Tim's got me in my fuzzies too, calling me Dearest Aspen. I don't know. I'm a hopeless romantic, so I like the cheesier things, you know. True lemon cucumbers. What about cucumbers? Hello, I see cat and I feel a teeny bit better. Yes, I do have a cat. His name is Kylo. You can kind of see his head. I can't really move the camera. Bye, darling. Oh, darling. We don't do the G down here. Well, good night. Hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you. And thank you for making me melt. Yes, but this is Ren. Look up here. Capoon, give me your head. You can kind of see him. I can't move the camera down without fucking up the setup. Kylo Ren. I call him Ren. Sometimes I call him Kylo. He's based off of Star Wars, and he's the best. I'll give you a bonus here. He has thumbs, because he's part Maine Coon, so he has thumbs. But you will definitely see him all of the time in stream, because he loves to fucking jump all over this window back here. He really likes. He likes sniffing the camera. Lemon is a cucumber variety. Huh. Yeah. He's great. He's lounging right now. I really wish I could show you guys better, but he's a sleepy bean. He has a routine where when it starts getting like, it's 10 p.m. for me. Not sure about you guys. But when it starts getting a little bit later in the night, he'll just come sit here while I stream and relax. So hopefully you guys will see more of him soon. I'm trying to get him. Come in. You were just sniffing the camera, buddy. You can do it. You're drifting right now and thinking, well, what are we thinking about? The floor is open. We're getting very deep tonight. So if you want to share. If you just want to sit and you want to listen, by all means, you can listen to good old Aspen ramble on. Like I said, I wasn't reckoning this stream to go on as long, but I'm very happy that we're doing this, truly. I will say to you, since I presume you haven't been here all stream, or maybe you have, you probably have heard me say this then. Mondays, this is supposed to be done on Monday. Mondays, we were always going to do a session like this. So, yeah. Mondays, every Monday, around like 7:30 at night. Definitely join in, because we'll be here for a couple of hours just to do check-in. And then the rest of the times I play games like Destiny. I'm doing the Walking Dead series. I'm also a huge fucking Minecraft nerd, so I'm sure we'll do that at some point. We're just going through. Dev! Hello. I truly missed you. You're quite late, mate, but I'm glad you joined us tonight. We're just doing a chatting session. We're supposed to do Walking Dead, and I'm sorry, but we're doing a chatting session right now. Hi, Dev. If you want to know, I'm thinking about if my life is worth it. Well, my love, I will not sit here and I will not bullshit you. I'm sure all of us here have probably thought the same thing, but I very recently have been thinking about the same thing as well. But no matter what, in the cheesy, here's a Kylo. Look. Look up here. Boop. You can see his head. Like Linkin Park said to me today, you know, that one of their newest songs, where Chester Bennington goes along the lines of, you know, who cares if one more light goes out? I do. That's exactly how I feel. And you are, no matter how shitty life may be, the things going on, he's about to knock over the camera, you are so fucking worth it. So don't debate that. And if you feel like you're not, then you found the perfect community, because we will definitely make you feel worth it. And self-plug, there is a Discord in my About section on the channel. Feel free to join that. And if you want to talk one-on-one at any time, just in the general chat, just at owner or at Morbid Sediments, and I will get to you when I can. I'm very on top of that. So just woke up a little while ago. How's it going? It's going good. We're having good chats. We're kind of slightly on topic with the mental health spectrum. Hey, move your head. See, you said you wanted to see Kylo, and he's like, you want to see me? I'm here now. So enjoy, Savage. Yeah, so we're kind of floating through talking about mental health stuff, but then also this is just open-ended chat. So if you have any questions, anything you want to talk about your day, want to ask me anything, yeah, we're going through. I've learned quite a few things tonight too, so it's very educational. I'm enjoying it. And then also, I know you have to work tomorrow, Dev, but tomorrow we're going to resume regularly scheduled Walking Dead. And I will be uploading it to YouTube right after stream. Thank you, Michaela. Yep. I do relate to that. I think, now, without going into my life too much, I mean, shameless plug, my book, which is also in my storefront description in the About section, is very, very, very heavy and gives a very small scope into my life. But there hasn't been a moment in my life since I was about 4 that traumatic things have not happened. It's almost like clockwork at this point. So I'm with you there, and I do understand. And it's very difficult to still see, you know, the light in that. And it is the same. It should be. YouTube should be Morbid Sediments. I don't know how easily searchable it's going to be because, whatchamacallit, there's barely any subscribers. It might, because I just changed the channel name not too long ago to Morbid Sediments. It was originally my Xbox gamer tag at Sky Cookies, but it is linked, so the link should work. Let me see. I'll look at it myself. Yeah, 6. Yeah. Well, like I said, you've definitely found your community. You know, this is here just to have noise, people to talk to, and majority of the time we do gaming, but we'll do nights like these all the time too. But I'm just hoping I can be a good source of a voice and somebody there just to fill the void if need be. I love it. And no judgment either. I can say for sure for me, no judgment either. Nobody has any place to judge anybody about anything. I think trauma changes perspective significantly as well. And I could experience the same thing as you and feel completely different about it than you do. So it's always different. But there is no judgment, especially with that. So whatever's on your mind, don't hesitate. My stomach is growling. Can you guys hear that? Oh, we got another wren. You can hear my stomach. I'm so sorry. I haven't eaten since like this afternoon, like at 12:30 this morning. So, Ren, you're kind of in my way. I'm trying to read, mate. Just it's ASMR, you know. There it goes again. Fucking hell. I will be cooking dinner after this. Don't worry, guys. I understand exactly where you're at, Savage. Now, I can't really agree currently, but I do completely understand where you're coming from, and I've had those same exact feelings before, and it's very confusing. I try my best not to think about the world in its entirety and just focus on the current, the me, the now, because there's no way to even start understanding why things are the way that they are, or why things happen the way that they did, and people can preach about, oh, things happen for a reason, but you know, I firmly believe that experiences don't make you stronger, they just spawn trauma, and there's no rhyme or reason to that. So I do understand. About to eat some Chinese food. You fucker, Dev. I want Chinese food. I'm about to fucking link my I wish there was a way to like put a DoorDash link of like send me food. Fucking hell, I want Chinese food now. Shit. I definitely don't think any place is open though. That's a first to what? Sorry if I'm being a bully here. I don't mean to be mean. I'm hungry. I can't see, Ren. It's like right in the way of the chat. Yep. No, I know that all too well. All too well. I just try to, with, you know, things kind of, whatchamacallit? Where was I going? Fucking words. Kylo was in my way, so I lost my thought because I was looking at him take a bath. Wolf is here. Wolfie, hello. I can't see, Ren. Where was I going with that? Oh, yes. I am no stranger to, you know, just questioning the same thing of, well, what the fuck was the point in me meeting this person or that person or giving my all to this person or that person for it just to blow up the way that it did and whatever. But, you know, you're just going to stay trapped in your head if you keep thinking about that. And I know that's so easy to say because I still actively do it. It's really not that easy. But the only thing I can say to that is at the end of the day, things are going to happen. People are going to react the way that they are. You can't change that. You know, most people are shitty. And it's very difficult to change that. Even if they're a great person, just difference in views can, you know, mess with something. So you just got to learn to be okay in your own skin. Learn to right your wrongs. Learn to, you know, grow. Even if you didn't do anything wrong, there's still always a growing opportunity there. And that's really the only thing I can offer with that. Move, Ren. Now I'm bright again. He's also blocking the damn light. About you not thinking experiences actually shape up your future. See, I used to, Dev, I used to be all about like, oh, there has to be like some universal thing and whatever, but There's really not, and especially when it comes down to shitty things happening. Like, yes, you can grow strength, you can learn from it, you can know not to do something a certain way next time, or not to go after a certain person that has certain traits again. But in all reality, these traumatic events and stuff that happen to us don't make us stronger. And that's the thing I hate the most, is when people see something bad happening, whether if it's not just like a bad experience, but it's somebody just sick, or somebody having a hard time at work, or losing a job or whatever, and they're like, well, it just makes you stronger. Like, it doesn't. And who is that helping? Because it's helping nobody by saying that. Like, I know the intent is to be inspirational, motivational, but it really doesn't. Nobody wants to hear, oh, it's going to make you stronger, because that's just going to make you think, well, what's the point in just getting stronger? I'm tired of being stronger. I'm tired of going through the trauma. Why can't there be something actually beneficial out of this besides more strength? Another lesson. Experiences just spawn trauma. And I actually think a good thing that touches on that is the show called The Crowded Room. I think it's only on Apple TV, so most people probably can't watch it. I know I at least don't have an Apple TV subscription. One of my friends does. Yeah. So that one, I forgot exactly what the therapist in it says, but she says one specific thing about how bad things happen to certain people. You know, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's not, oh, you're a fucked up person, that's why fucked up things happen to you. Like, no, quite frankly, the opposite. And one thing, though, that's important that you need to learn, and I'm learning, is once something fucked up has happened to us, our expectations drop so significantly. And we're like, well, we thought so highly of this person or this situation, and we thought it was going to be okay, and it wasn't. So your expectations, the bar is now on the floor. And you're willing to let your boundaries go more, rather than enforcing them, because you're just hoping that that doesn't happen again. So you're letting whatever come in, and it kind of almost attracts more. So I guess the only thing is just to learn to keep your boundaries, even if it hurts people. I don't care if your boundaries hurt people, piss people off, make people upset. You need to set your boundaries, and you need to make them firm and clear, and you need to stick to them, because you need to guard your own heart. I'm rambling now. Those are my physical stuff. CHD is congenital heart disease. Okay. Well, like I was saying earlier, I definitely understand the medical stance too, and it seems like, you know, I've had the same thought of, well, all of these things are piling up, all these negative things, whether it's mental diagnoses, whether it's health, whether it's just bad experiences constantly happening, and you're like, well, what the fuck is the point if everything's so fucked up? But I know it sounds preachy and it sounds generic as fuck. There's a fucking reason that we're all here, and it's not permanent. It's not. And I say that speaking to myself as well, because that's a reminder that I need as well, that things are not permanent. And one thing I think, especially people that experience mental health, you know, symptoms and whatnot, especially depression and everything, it's very hard not knowing the answers to everything. And I know myself, I constantly am trying to seek out the answer and rushing things instead of being patient, because I just need an answer. And it's a virtue. Dev, you said, I personally think humans think too deeply on just about everything. Absolutely. I can definitely say for myself, I feel things a little too deeply at times as well. And just, that's what helps it spiral. Not in a good way, but it can make you stronger. It can break you. Absolutely. I'm not negating that, you know, you don't gain strength and you don't gain more of a backbone. Like, people have to go through experiences for sure. Like, how are you going to learn anything about life? It's just, you know, fucked up things happen in the worst ways, and it really does suck, and it just creates trauma at the end of the day. But trauma and mental illness, as much as it seems like a huge disability and it fucks things up, if anything, I kind of compare it to the same thing as being born deaf or blind or with an extra finger or whatever. It's another thing, and it's a part of you, and it's beautiful because it's you. You know, it doesn't make you a bad person, and you're not any less than for having these things. And with most mental illness, it's not like you chose to be like, yeah, I want to be depressed, I want to have PTSD. It's no, people did things to you, they're trauma spawned. Or if it's genetic, then that's not your choice either. You don't get to choose your genetics. You don't get to choose what happens in your life or the situations you're put in. Like, yes, when you get older and can start having more autonomy, you can, take more reins in the situations that you end up in, and with that take a little bit more accountability for your actions involved. But when you're a kid, which is typically where mental illness comes from, is childhood, you can't do anything about that. You can't. It's you, and it sucks. It does, because it seems like another hurdle or another thing to learn, and it especially sucks trying to tell other people about it. But it's what makes us more beautiful. And mental illness makes you more aware of your surroundings and honestly more intelligent when it comes to things, because you're more aware of what's going on. That's where I was going with that. I'm rambling. Also dealing with some other shit which can be related to either neurological damage or a tumor or whatever else permeates the noggin. Okay. Yep, quote, just get up, man, get yourself together, don't be such a child, or whatever else people pull out of their ass. That's just hateful. And typically those kind of comments come from people who either haven't experienced certain things that you may be going through, or they have experienced it, but they took it in the most sour of ways. And I've gone head to head, toe to toe with some people that were like that and giving other people issues over experiencing things. I also think one main thing I was bringing up to somebody the other day is on kind of similar topic I just talked about, is for some reason, a lot of certain people like to look at trauma, like, for example, let's say it's a domestic violence survivor, right? Or a victim, whichever way we want to put it. And majority of the time, at least where I grew up and the people I've been around, not good people, look at it and they think, oh, well, you're an awful person because you let that happen to you, or you're damaged goods now, and all those things. But those are just not good people to be in your life. They really aren't. Whatever I try to accomplish just gets sucked into quicksand because I can't actually pull through with it. I understand that. Do you mean because you can't let yourself do it, or just because things are not going the right way? Oh, so I see some people have joined. So welcome in the Discord. You can't. I'm trying to stop the stomach ASMR. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I try changing little things, and even there I fail. Well, I think maybe instead of trying to do a bunch of things, give yourself, or anything, give yourself a chance to breathe. And, you need a break. Everybody needs a break, but you need a break before you can even begin. As a virtue of mine is, I'm like, well, I can take care of myself after this thing is done. I can have a break after this thing is done. But that's not the reality at all. And I do believe things will work out in a cheesy way, but if certain things aren't working out, maybe they're not meant to. ? I'm sounding very cryptic, and I don't mean to be. Un momento. I will say though, people, I think I'm going to give stream another about 25 minutes. So then we'll be at 4 hours set. Just so I can go eat dinner. And if you can't tell, I'm losing my voice, like I said. So, but I'm loving this. I really don't want to go, but I have to be an adult. I do nothing all day but take breaks, because yeah. Well, it's a slow thing. I don't know. I don't even know the answers. I don't want to sit here and bullshit you like I do have the answers, because I don't. I really don't. I mean, the whole reason why I've started this whole thing, like, I already kind of had the inspiration, like I said earlier. I'm saying that because I know people are probably going to rewatch this later on, and I don't want to say the same thing, like I'm repeating myself. But words, math, equations. Yeah, the whole point, besides, you know, prior inspiration of like having this thought of doing this and why I just ripped off the bandage and did it, was because I had a very, very, very difficult night and morning, especially when I was hit with my new reality that my life is currently, with what just happened. So I get that. It sucks for me. The reason why I've gotten so heavily into streaming again, and I've been doing a stream like every single night of The Walking Dead or Destiny, is because, you know, I have nothing. I have no distraction. I don't have people here. Because I also said earlier in the stream, all of my friends that I know are all in Canada. I'm not in Canada. And I don't start my new job until this next week. And yeah, it's a lot. And it's very difficult for me to, you know, start thinking about everything at the same time, because it's just, I don't know, living at times, especially when the noises are over, when, you know, at the end of the night, I sometimes have Discord calls with friends. When that's all over, it's silence. And every night it's been routine for me to go after streaming, after being in the Discord calls, and just sit in the shower and feel the water, so then I can have a sense of reality. But also it's a lot of thoughts, and just my reality hitting me all over again, which I will say, I'm not here to complain about my life. I'm learning things. I'm learning how to live again. I'm trying to be more mature and eccentric in that way, I guess. So you're gonna go make a cup of decaf coffee. Now, I give you all of the props for that, because I don't like the taste of coffee enough to drink decaf coffee, to have coffee. I'm drinking tea. It's like hibiscus strawberry tea, so it's not even fucking generic tea. I like sweet tea. I will say don't. Take tonight, take you finding this stream as a sign, as a reason not to. Nobody really gains anything from that. Like, I know the static will stop, everything will come to a halt, but I can say for sure, because I have been down that road many, 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 many times, that it does end. It does clear up. Things do get better. And I know that sounds generic and fucking cheesy, because everybody who knows everybody says things get better. Don't worry, it will get better. And it seems repetitive, but take it as somebody who's lived it time and time again, it does. And that's the thing kind of keeping me going, is I know that whatever this is right now is temporary. That's the main thing you gotta know, is everything is temporary, unless it's something that you want to stay, like a relationship. Then cool, don't make that temporary, but everything is temporary. Yeah, I feel that, Dev. I fucking feel that wholeheartedly. I'm not looking forward to these long ass hours. I also, fucking hell, I've been staying up late doing streams, of course, and that's not gonna stop. But I'm gonna have to start getting up at like 6 in the morning, when I've been sleeping until like 10, 11 typically. And that's gonna fucking hit me like a semi-truck real quick. It just reminds me of when I was working at my last nursing facility. I had so much fucking energy where I was pulling 16-hour shifts every single day, but then after a little while, I got so burnt out so quickly. Just because I was tired. And I strongly disagree with you there, Savage. I really do. I really, 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 really do. If anything, like I said, use the stream, use the account, use the Discord as a as something to have every single day. So then there's not anything left. And like I said, I can't give a proper answer and talk anybody off that ledge, but I know because I've lived it so many times over that everything's temporary. I mean, hell, I thought the literal hell that my life was a couple months ago was permanent and that I'd always be feeling that way because, like, for the context, what we were talking about very early on in stream is it was, you know, with somebody that was very physically and sexually abusive, and I was married to him, and it was a whole fucking thing, and I thought that was my life. And even after I left that situation, I felt so numb and so empty, and the ideations were there, and I was like, what is the worth in going on? What is the purpose in this? I want it all to stop. But it is temporary. And now that I'm out of it, I'm not perfect again. I'm not feeling completely back to normal, but, you know, I definitely feel a lot of relief. And yeah, Dev, I've been free, luckily, these past couple of months of, you know, just doing work at home stuff and everything. And then I was like, oh no, I want to get back into the nursing field. The mods are getting angry. Yeah, but I was like, I want to get back in the nursing field. I was thinking like, oh, this job's clinical. Kylo's scratching, ignore him. So, you know, it's just a small little clinic. It's not going to be long hours. And they're like, hey, do you want to work these super long hours every single day? I'm like, okay, but I get 3 days off a week, so I can't really complain because it gives me time to actually do this. I'd much rather do that, have my set days off, rather than be stuck in a loop of, you know, working every single day and not finding the time to do anything. Because that's how I felt at my most recent job. Was I would work all weekdays and weekends during normal business hours for every other business, and because I was working day shift, and by the time I got out of work, I couldn't go to any grocery stores, I couldn't, you know, go really hang out with friends or do anything like that because everything was over with. Like, nobody's doing anything anymore because it's nighttime then and everything's closed. It also sucked because I really loved ordering pad thai from a restaurant I live next to, and it would always be fucking closed when I got off of work. Yeah, I will say to the to you, Michaela, is it's a lot. I mean, I'm very much a person where it's like I look at a situation with a person, and I continue to think this for months to years afterwards. But it's after the situation, I can look at, well, they fucked up this way, but I fucked up this way, and these were the enjoyable moments. These were the bad moments. This is why it's not a thing anymore. But I did enjoy it for what it was, and I'm able to find that gratitude no matter how shitty it is. So yeah, but also with that is it's still a thing. My response to trauma now is I will feel it in the moment, and then it's in my backseat. And no, it's not handled yet, but my mind won't let me go through it and feel it because it's so traumatic. So in a way, it almost doesn't affect me. So I'm kind of lucky there, but you know, I'm gonna have to work on it because, as I preach to everybody, bottling things up is never good. But you know, I've gotten the easy way of it doesn't affect me too much. Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, I don't like it because it'll come up in the worst ways, where I could be having the most normal, amazing day, and then all of a sudden a certain way somebody says something, or a certain way somebody looks at me, or a noise I hear brings it all back at once. Like a week ago, because of the situation and whatnot, like I'm still getting calls every so often to check in, make sure everything's okay, if I need anything from, like, you know, police and stuff. And one of them was like, hey, we actually need to look at your notes app, because for the investigation, they had to take my phone and upload it for, like, text messages, photos, notes, whatever may have pertained to the crime. And they were like, hey, we noticed that some of your notes in your phone are locked. Like, what are those about? Can you possibly send us screenshots about them, or of them, and that whole thing, right? And I was like, oh, I honestly completely forgot, because my mind blocked out that those notes even existed, that the situation even existed. Now, I know it did, consciously, but, you know, in such an extreme way. And opening up those locked notes, because when they was mentioned, I vaguely remembered, like, oh yeah, I was writing down notes of, like, a get out plan and what to do, what I needed to do, how much money I needed to save up to get out of this, and blah, blah, blah. And just mental notes too of, oh, this is how I feel, this is what I think. Like, I knew that consciously, right? But when I opened that note again, or two of them, it's like the same thing, but one was copied into the other one and then extended on. Yeah. Oh my God, like the feelings that washed over me, it was like I just felt like I couldn't breathe again. And it's crazy, but like I said, grieving is not linear. The best we can do is keep going, keep pushing, but don't succumb to it. But I'm not willing to let myself fall to it. That's all. And that doesn't mean that the darkness and scaries still don't come after me, because, oh, they fucking do. They fucking do. I mean, again, that's why this now exists, is so we can talk about these things together. But the only real option is to keep pushing forward, not, you know, bottling up and acting like it doesn't exist. No, you have to confront it, but you have to keep moving forward at the same time. I get that. Yeah. I like I said, at the very, very beginning, is, you know, one of the major thoughts I had today was, I think, you know, as much as conscious me is able to regulate because I'm, like, doing the work and whatnot and being mindful in that regard. But it's also, you know, drunk me, like the other night, is completely vulnerable, completely all of my traumas out there on the table, my entire heart, my entire being right there. And I can't control it because I'm no longer in control. My inhibitions are gone. But with that, I don't plan on drinking alcohol, just to not have that be a problem. Not that I had a problem with alcohol, just I don't like being vulnerable in that way and being destructive in that way. But also, you know, when episodes do happen or when triggers do happen, you know, that's where I want the meds to come in. So I plan on getting on meds. I've tried them once, and the meds I was on were not for me because it was a bullshit diagnosis that was more so shoved down by my parents at the time. So I have to go through with the psych and get a proper diagnosis for everything besides just the PTSD and depression so far, and then go on meds. And make sure, you know, I jive with them well, and etc., etc. And Savage, I don't compare I don't compare experiences, trust me. Because how I view it, right, is it's like, I'm very great at metaphors, but shit coming up with them. I use metaphors for everything. Okay, let's say hypothetically, I don't know, I have tried this certain candy, right? But you've never tried it, so you don't know. But you've tried this other candy that I've never tried, and it's completely different. We can't compare them because they're different, and we both haven't experienced the either or. Not that I wish for you to experience the things that I've experienced that anybody else has experienced that may be here. But because our experiences are different, and beyond that, our personalities, our lives, our whatever is all different. We're going to handle it differently, you know. Just because you may think yours is less significant in a way, it's not. It's not. Yeah, I can't compare. It's like another great, more real, what's the fucking word? Comparison. There we go. Is like, by the time I was like 5, was so fucking mature, was able to take care of myself and, you know, like do all these things and, you know, practically pay bills at that point. And I was only 5. But that's because, you know, trauma happened. And I look at my siblings who are like significantly younger than me, of course, but have never experienced trauma whatsoever. And they're, you know, growing up, like, you know, since they were 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, etc., they're still so immature and so childish. And part of me is like, well, why are they so mature? Why are they so childish? Why can't they just grow up? Like, what the hell? When I was their age, I was doing these things and that things and whatever. But it's because they didn't go through that. And so it's significantly different. We can't compare. You're not insignificant at all whatsoever. Trust me. All right, my people. As much as I'd love to keep chatting, we are going to start wrapping up stream right now. Just because it is getting quite late and I need to feed myself food very shortly. So we do have a good viewer basis going on though, and thank you for everybody that followed. If there's anybody here still listening in and you haven't followed yet, make sure you follow. Like I've said before, new schedule is going to be Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. We are playing games, whether that be continuing the Walking Dead series or playing Destiny. We're going to be doing both of those. And whatchamacallit? Where's math equations? Mondays, we're going to be doing this. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to do it for as long because I will be starting a lot later in the night and I do have to work the next day. But MHM, Mental Health Mondays, or just checking in and hanging out and whatever. Yeah, it's a safe space. We don't have to always keep it on mental health topics, but it is a topic I'm very interested in and I know it. I've lived it, I've breathed it. So I'm very open to it. Yeah. So that is the new schedule. In the About section, there is Discord, Instagrams if you want to follow them. Just like I said, when it comes to my personal socials, that is me extending a favor to you guys. Now, if it's abused in any way, I will have to take it away. Same with the Discord server. If it's abused in any way, I'll have to take it away. When it comes to harassment in any form, whether it be on Twitch, Discord, Instagram, any other socials, I don't take lightly to it. So harassment, stalking, whatever, even bullying of others will result in a ban. So just forewarning you guys, I don't put up with that. This is a no bullshit community that we are building here. Yeah, that'd be great. And if anybody is interested in El Book, we're going to be going through it anyway. But if anybody's interested in it, by all means, the link is also in my storefront. The storefront has my Etsy, my book, and I think there's a wish list in there. The wish list I'm still hesitant on because I know it does tell you the city that I live in the state I live in. I don't know how comfortable I am with that, but anyway, yeah. What other things are in my description? That's a great question. I don't remember. Oh, there's also the YouTube. So every stream gets uploaded to YouTube. So if you guys want to watch them and they're no longer on the Twitch channel because it only lasts, I think, 7 days on Twitch, then pop over to the YouTube and everything will be there. Because when it comes to games, as soon as I'm done playing the game, I immediately upload it. So yeah, it's typically there by like 11 o'clock at night, midnight Eastern Standard Time, after each stream. So yeah, anyway, feel free to lurk. I'm not the best at closing things off. So any last minute questions, comments, concerns, extend them my way. And I'm sorry again, my voice has been deteriorating the entire time, but like I said, I spent my 3-hour drive today. Lurking intensifies. I spent my 3-hour drive today just fucking screaming Linkin Park in my car, so I've been losing my voice since this morning. Lurking intensifies. There's only so much you can look at, you know? There's 2 Instagram accounts. One of them is my main one that just has a bunch of fucking bullshit random posts. And then my second one is my SFX, which I haven't done SFX in fucking years, but I think it's badass and cool and shows off my artistry a bit. So if you guys want to see some gore effects, go to that one. Yeah, there's a donations page too if anybody feels inclined to do so. But it is not it's not required. I will say though, in the future when I set up we're going to be doing once we have more followers, obviously, we're going to be doing a VIP section for people where certain donations, like somebody that's a consistent subscriber in that sense, will get extra benefits, primarily on the Discord server and in chat on Twitch. And I'm trying to think of more things to do when it comes to those VIP things. That's why it's not a thing yet, because I'm trying to think of something cool. But it'll give you more perks on Discord, more access, I guess. Yeah, kind of like the epitome of like a YouTube subscription, like the ones you pay for, where it's like, oh, you can get the extra content or whatever. But I'm still thinking about it. Probably won't gatekeep any content. I like to share everything with everybody. So yeah. All right, people. Any last minute questions before I go, or comments, or whatever it may be? Last self-plug, because I'm just self-plugging the shit out of myself right now. Like I said, tomorrow night, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, we will be playing The Walking Dead again, and I am so fucking excited, because where we left off last time is fucking nice. And I know something you guys don't know. I know who comes back in the season because I've already played it. So for anybody that is here from the Walking Dead games, I know something you don't know. So that's something to look forward to. I left off on episode 1 of season 2 because last stream I thought this season 1 kept going. I didn't realize it ended off on episode 5, and episode 5 was quite short. So I started season 2. So yeah, and then at the end of episode 1 in season 2, it gives us a scene of Clemmy and that group showing up to another house, and Clemmy sees somebody, and I think she's like, oh, I thought you were gone, or something like that, and her face lights up. Yeah, I did. It's all on YouTube though, Dev. It's all on YouTube. And I will definitely give recaps, but it's all on YouTube. I played it every single night. I think the first video we did 2 episodes, and then we did 3 more videos of the rest of the season. So it only took 4 days to do it. But I will be slowing down, so it'll be a lot easier to tune in because I won't be doing it every single night. Yeah, it's on the YouTube if you want to watch them. But I know something you don't know. MHS2, see you next time or so. I honestly, I don't know what MHS2 is. Am I literate? I feel a little, I don't know. Why am I taking this stance? I have both my hands behind me. I'm like leaning over and shit. I feel weird. Anyway, but have a good night. Definitely look forward to seeing you again. Monster Hunter Stories 2. Don't think I've ever heard of it. Oh, Dev, you have to watch the last fucking episode on YouTube because I literally cried. So if you want to see Aspen cry, go watch. I'll probably cry again. But good night to you too, Dev. I hope you have a good night. And to everybody else that's here, because we do have a damn good viewership right now, and I'm very, very happy with it. Make sure you guys are following. Make sure you guys follow and turn on those notifications. Add the Discord, because I update in Discord when we're going to be streaming. And yeah. I'm hoping some people give me some more suggestions of things that you guys want to see so I can, not just do what I want all the time. Anyway, I'm going to leave this off because we're literally about to hit 4 hours and I need to go eat food. So as much as I don't want to leave you guys because there's still so many people here, everybody have a fantastic fucking night. My mascara is slowly getting more fucked up. I can see it. Because I can see the playback right here. Yeah, anyway, before I ramble on more, because I definitely will, I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. I very much enjoyed talking to everybody that tuned in. It was fucking great. I love you guys all. You're all beautiful fucking human beings, and don't forget that. I know shit got really dark tonight, but you guys are all beautiful fucking human beings, and every single one of you deserve a chance at life, deserve a chance at love, deserve a chance at whatever the fuck it is that you want. Just make sure that you too heal yourself and you do the work that is necessary to get yourself feeling right. Okay? And I know that's not easy. It's not easy at all. Trust me, I know. But I will catch you guys if you're just here for the chats next Monday. If you want to watch the gaming as well, I'll see you tomorrow night. But anyway, love you guys. Good night.